Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends and colleagues. I'm very happy to welcome you all from behalf of Estonia and higher education and students to be here to discuss all this very exciting field of higher education didactics, quality enhancement, and so on and so on. But first, I would like to ask our Minister of Education and Science and Education, Jaak Aaviksoo, to say the welcome words to us. Please.
Good morning and welcome to Estonia on my behalf as well. And I'd like to start from a statement. I think you are addressing a very important issue. Much more important than the majority of people in higher education perceive and understand as of today. Maybe I'm going to say in not a diplomatic but a very straightforward way how I feel about not that much higher education and higher learning, but about higher teaching in developed countries and worldwide, since I think the problem is common. And it goes as following. We haven't managed to fully grasp the extent of change we need to bring to higher teaching, taking into account the conceptual change of moving from an elitist 10% age group higher education background to 50, 60, even 70% of the age group participating in higher learning. This requires a different, much more professional trade of higher teaching. I know from my own academic background and also as a university administrator that very many of our academic colleagues believe that their scientific excellence is enough. This is not a sufficient ticket to the trade of higher teaching. And it's, of course, not easy to come to an understanding that this is the case, because it's not in the interests of those people who see their main goal, main motivation in research. So this is on one hand. On the other hand, what we see increasingly is governments under increasing fiscal pressures. With increased number of students in higher education, we've seen an increasing cost pressure, both on public as well as on private purses. And there are increasing number of people, both individuals as well as administrators and politicians, who ask, do we get value for money? Is that enough what we get in return from the funds we invest in higher education? Institutions, individuals, salary-wise, but also investment-wise, investing into all this expensive infrastructure which we need for scientific higher education. Increasingly more questions are being asked. And I'm afraid I'm not mistaken when I say that we feel those pressures in the forthcoming years, also on the level of practical decisions concerning funding of higher education. Better quality, labor market relevant outcomes are much more important than scientific excellence when we discuss these matters in forthcoming years. Clearly, value for money. Years spent in universities to reach a degree In Estonia, we have 70,000 students enrolled, 11,000 diploma annually awarded, 7,000 teaching, 11,000 degrees. What do they do 6 years to reach a degree? And the taxpayer is not willing to pay the price. Better quality, increase efficiency. I haven't touched the issue of equity, which is also a concern in very many countries, including Estonia. But clearly, quality, labor market relevant outcomes, equity, and this is impossible to achieve without professional orientation in higher teaching. So there is a lot to be done. Very many people have to change their attitudes concerning teaching in higher education, including the teachers themselves, professors, researchers, but also regular lecturers and so on and so forth. So maybe I went a step too far, but the good side of the thing is there will be a little bit of discussion, and not only in this auditorium, but also, I hope, on a broader scale in Estonia, and not only. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was my introduction to your conference. I hope you find a few ideas to explore further. I'm sorry I can't stay longer. I would have done so with pleasure, but unfortunately I have to join my cabinet meeting to start in 7 minutes. So I wish you success, and I'll try to do what I have to do on my behalf, and if you reach any recommendations or decisions, I'd be glad to read them, and in case of really good recommendations, implement them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And here is something that saves your time in the future, a stamp pen with your name on it. So no more time wasted on writing signatures. So now we will have much more time than before this speech, because now the minister can go and change the world from his side, while we are doing it from our side. And when I said change the world, then I'm not definitely too ambitious, because all world is here. And because you all have been sitting too much already, like 10 minutes, you want to do some morning exercises. So what I recommend now is that let's have a short quiz and ask, and let's get acquainted with everybody. So now everybody starting from here stands up and tells her name and career and best memories from childhood. Or then, again, we could do it a little bit differently. Let's do it in such a way that when I name a group, people will stand up and everybody else will applaud and look at them very carefully. So let's say the first group of people who all should stand up are people from the United States of America. Good morning. So let's take the next group, people from Russia. So, our big friends from a country which right now is in very determined space race with Estonia, Latvia. Finland. Sweden. Denmark. Iceland. Woo. Norway. Should I say now all the rest of the world? All the rest of the world, including... No, sit down. Sorry, I mixed it up. Sorry. Now, Middle Earth. All the rest of the world except Estonia. Which country did I forget? England, yes. And Estonia as one of the main... No, don't stand up. Estonia is one of the most important countries in the world, so let's take it down to the regions. So, people from Tallinn, Estonia. People from Tartu, Estonia. People from Narva, Estonia. Pärnu. All the rest of Estonia and the world now. And now, remember there is a penalty during the rule of penalty during all the rest of the conference. When you see a person and you can't identify, is she from the Middle Earth or is he from Põltsamaa, then you have to buy him a beer later that night. But now, let's continue with our official program. And I think it's a good time to start with the first very important scientific presentation. And for you to understand the importance of this scientific presentation is the fact that one of the presenters, Larissa Jõgi from Tallinn University, when she was in the 4th grade, she could already jump for 3 meters 70 centimeters. And Mari Karm from the University of Tartu used to practice figure skating, and she promised to show you her favorite element. But the topic of their presentation is so scientific and complicated I can't even spell it. So please, Mari and Larissa.
You can read it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Larissa Jõgi, and I'm coming from Tallinn University, and we are used to be colleagues with Mari during 15 years, so she wasn't sure, but I counted. Then we have some experience working together. As a human, we always, as a human being, we always have some convictions which lead our lives. When we are talking about us as professionals, then we have some fields or some topics which lead our professional lives. And we are represent 2 topics. This is learning and teaching, which is probably most important topic. And we hope that this topic could grow up some ideas for you as well. When students enter the university, they always have very different conceptions and understandings about learning and about teaching. But they are also entering in the concrete type of relationships with academics and with students as well. The one mission of university teachers or academics is to let students know that the doors, different doors exist, that there are many of them, and that there is something beyond the doors. And when students construct their understandings about learning or about their teaching, it's going in particular social environments.
And let's have a look which kind of environments students and academics meet when they go through these doors. And now, we would like you to take your conference notes, find a free space, maybe you have some pages left. And we would like you to write answer to 2 questions. What is learning at the university, and what is teaching at the university? And we are sure that you have thought about it hundreds of times, but just what you are thinking, what you would like to answer to these questions today on the 23rd of January. Take 2 minutes. Thank you. Now turn to your neighbors from the rest of the world and share your ideas, thoughts, comments. 1 minute for discussion. Sekundit. Võtan maha. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We won't ask you to share your discussion with us, but we would like you to reflect on your thoughts when we are talking about the results of our research.
And we ask you to probably reflect on this exercise. Why we as academics should doing this kind of exercise? According to our research and according to our assumptions, it's necessary to deepen understanding about students' learning in order to understand what we are doing in our teaching practice and how our teaching practice impact on students' learning and on their understandings. Hartley wrote in several books about higher education, and his one assumption is that students should leave higher education institutions or universities with the ability and motivation to continue learning through the rest of their lives, and for the different capabilities are needed. And students' prior experience and learning context and also teaching practice and how we teach and how we communicate with with students influence their experience and impact on their further choices. Our presentation, based on 2 studies which were run in 2 universities. The first one is run already 2 years ago. It started already 2 years ago, and almost all data was collected during 2011. And our main question was during our research how students experience learning and teaching at university.
And the second study is done in the University of Tartu, and our focus is on novice university teachers and their learning and their identity development.
Talking about first study, we used several assumptions which based on our research. One is that learning is not only cognitive, learning is also personal, transformative, social, and in the higher education context, learning is always interrelational. It's connected with something, always. And the second assumption that learning in university is a part of life. And for this reason, it's very important to recognize what's and how understandings develop in this part of life. Our sampling was quite big, but not enough for general conclusions, but it's quite enough for saying some concrete findings. Sampling by age show us that there are quite many adult students at university, and the number of adult students, the age, whose age over 20 years are growing. The students were from 3 different disciplines, and they are almost all from bachelor studies and about 1/3 from master studies.
Our research is qualitative, and we have done narrative interviews and photo interviews. During the first narrative interview, novice university teachers talk about the journey to the university, the learning as a teacher, and the professional identity development. And during photo interview, we ask them to take pictures or to search photos to answer the question, what is learning, what is teaching, what is to be a university teacher. And we also conducted some second interviews 2 or 3 years after the first interview, where the novice university teachers tell us what has changed in their life, which kind of career they have already done in the university.
What did you find out?
Oh, it's interesting. I tell. And our sample is from different universities, from various fields, and also from various age groups. And now the findings. Larissa will start.
Yes. Our findings, as we talked with my colleague Kristiina Krabi and Katrin Karu, they influence on us emotionally. And it's the question of our learnings, how we working with this data and with these findings. What we find it, Mari? I don't know what university teachers think about these findings, but this is probably the place to think about your understandings about learning. Half of students from this sample experienced learning as occurring. And it's not surprise for us, but surprise is that there are quite few variation between these understandings. We counted 5 variations. The first is that occurring knowledge, skills, and experience is most important for students. The second, occurring diploma is important. Occurring professional skills and knowledges is important. Even occurring wisdom is important, as we know that wisdom are not teachable, but the understandings about occurring wisdom is still in understandings. Some examples in citation, how students experienced themselves at university. I'm a student at university, one little part, trying to gather knowledge in every possible way. Few students recognized or experienced themselves as seekers. They seek for something, they're seeking for something, searching something. But the number of these students quite small. I am a student who is really interested in my field or curriculum. I wait to improve my knowledge and develop my thinking patterns. And only some students experienced learning in a more deeper way and recognized themselves as a part of open learning. They understand more clearly their responsibility in learning process. They understand open responsibility in the university and in their field as well. My question to you and to Mari, should we concern about these findings? As we talked with you, there are no problems for students in these understandings. But the question is, should we concern? Does we feel some problematic in these understandings? Our findings overlap with similar research which run by several Estonian researchers before and by our colleagues, for instance, from Helsinki University. And what is probably important to share with you that these findings about students' understandings about learning very similar to understandings how students in school environment experienced learning. There are not big differences. And this is the question what we should think. What about findings, what you find it in your interviews? I know that you are using photo interviews and listening academics and trying to find out how they feel about learning.
Yes. Academics think also about learning because we asked them to think about it and to take photos and explain them. And when they explain the thoughts about, the understanding about learning, they very much are based or are related to the experiences as students. They take the students' viewpoint and they remember as it was to learn as they were students. And they say that they have learned through individual focusing, it's individual effort to learn. They say that they have learned through confusion. They say that they have learned through experience. And some of them say that they have learned through cooperation. But it is the cooperation with other students, with the people at the same level. They do not tell anything about the cooperation with the professors. The professors are invisible. I'm sure they are there, but they do not talk about them. And some of young academics also say that learning is a lifelong process. Some examples. This is learning, a photo about learning, and the explanation is following. For me, learning is very much the preparation for learning. I have got the pens, all the beautiful different colors. I have got the rubbers, note papers, paper clips, pile of books and notes ready. Later, I started thinking that learning is actually also what happens in the lecture hall. But clearly for me, when I'm looking at this picture, it has nothing to do with what happens in my lecture hall. By speciality, you are a chemist. Then what happens in the lab should also constitute a big part of learning. But you didn't mention it. Perhaps it is because for me, this is not learning. For me, this is fun. Learning also means a lot of snacks, biscuits, sweets, coffee, books, being alone in your room. Learning is also confusion. People from Tartu recognize our Ottoman. And confusion, you don't know what happens in the middle. There are some endpoints somewhere, but in the middle part is confusing. And the important part is to try things out, not only to listen, but to try out, to learn really when you have tried it out. And sometimes learning is bumpy, the road is dark up, but you have to find the way. Now let's turn to teaching. Did your students say anything about teaching?
Yes, but not very much.
Oh.
And it's the question for us, why they are not saying very much about teaching. And we used, when we analyzed data, we using phenomenographic approach. And this Kathrine's topic, Kathrine find it, 3 variations. And this is real questions. Why so small number of variations in experiencing teaching? What does it mean for us? What is important in these findings? But the variation meaningful, they are very meaningful and they are interesting for thinking. Should we change something? In what way we should change? How we should change? But definitely findings showed us that we should change something. So it's interesting that quite big number of students, they saying about teaching or experience teaching and saying about teaching practice, but saying what teaching is not, and but saying what teaching should be and what teaching is. Teaching is not saying what is right and forcing understanding or where academics are active and learners are passive. Teaching should be cooperative, interactive, directed towards students' reflections and development. And you see they missed something. Teaching is creative, inspiring, and involves a learning in more broader way. And in this understandings of teaching is not very clear, does it dream or does it real for our students? Our questionnaire was based on e-Pala questionnaire, which is used by our Finnish colleagues at Helsinki University, and we adapted this questionnaire to our context and using several open-ended questions and questions with statements. And some statistical data showed us that something is going on in student-faculty relationship. We find it that almost all students, 80.3% students experiencing listening during the teaching practice. Almost 80% experiencing asking questions by academics, and around 78% experiencing obtaining informations. When we asked about communication opportunities during typical study situations, the response in this way that only approximately 9% from this sampling experienced communication opportunities in typical teaching situation very good. A bit more are satisfactory. 1/3 of students are satisfactory with communication situation, typical study situation. But almost half of students agreed that teaching practice should support their learning. And they agreed that their experience and their previous experience should be taken in the attention in the learning process. Yeah. And we had one more question, and we asked about experiencing active learning during typical teaching situation, and approximately 20% of sampling from this sampling experienced active learning. So, then, teaching is definitely something more than just reading the slides. And teaching is not lecturing when lecturer is speaking, and seminar when the lecturer asking. So, Mari, what about our colleagues? What they are thinking and how they experiencing their own teaching?
Novice academics, they have various ideas what teaching is or should be, and various experiences. And we say that one part of them is on one end, so to say, that they think that teaching is mostly teacher-centered to transfer knowledge to students. And then, when they are practicing, they notice that students feel bored. They leave their lectures, and they feel bored also themselves, and they try to do something else. They start using active, interactive teaching methods. Some of them fail, some of them survive, and those who fail, they turn back to lecturing. Some are on the other end, and they start saying that we want to teach in a different way because we didn't like the way we were taught. We are going to engage students, and we are never going to lecture. Then they start, and they feel obstacles. Some students are unmotivated, enormous workload, no time, and they think that it's better to go to lecturing. Some enjoy lecturing. I'm a performer. I like to talk myself. Some say, I heard students saying that they are bored. And I was thinking, I can't tell you but I am bored to death also. Some say that we are both constructing a building, and learning and teaching is a cooperative process. Some say that communication is important. Some of them know that the most important thing is to make students learn. But how to do it? I do not have enough tools to do it. And some of them has found such a picture and says, teaching is poor, easy, elegant, and balanced activity, where the teacher's and the learner's heart need to be put in. Teaching is when both the university teacher and the student are committed. And I think that students and academics have both interested in learning. They have various concepts of teaching and learning, and we do not know whether the students and teachers with the same conceptions meet in the class or meet various concepts, and what has it done with our practices and our ideas.
Are we going to conclude?
I think we can give one question. We have some minutes left.
Yes.
Yes. We would like now to think, we would like you to think a little. Who is responsible for learning? And who is responsible for teaching? And you just find your neighbor from a different part of Earth and discuss a little.
2 minutes.
1 minute. Nii, ma hüppasin siit nüüd üle ruttu, ma ei saa rääkida praegu.
Just a tiny detail, but I think it's important. I tried to write down the elegant quote there.
We had a wonderful discussion with Dorni, and I hope you had the same quality of discussions with your neighbors. And now we are going to conclude. One of our ideas is that students and teachers both feel the lack of supportive environment for learning-centered teaching or for learning-centered approach based on these studies. And we also think that academics and students speak extensively about learning as individual process, and less is spoken about cooperation and supporting learning.
Yeah. Our last conclusion.
Conclusion of conclusions.
Yeah. Last conclusion. It seems, it's probably hypothesizing, it seems for us when we look through the both studies and look through the findings, that the main activities at the university in typical study situation is listening and providing information. And our question is, does this typical situation is higher level learning? Or if it is, then we don't be worried. But if it's not, we could think probably about teaching practice. But the paradox is that how, for instance, students experiencing teaching practice, it's show that this kind of teaching practice with little variations in students' experience about teaching practice, it could create lower level rather than higher level learning. And this is, again, the exercise and learning tasks for all of us. Thank you.
So, can I see the traveling microphone somewhere? So, may I have it?
Ei, ma arvan, me peame küsimustega tegelema pärast rohelist.
Aitäh. So, anybody would like to ask some questions? And here is the first question. Please.
Mari, I would like to ask you, you had a qualitative study. Did you bump into such interesting and complicated conceptions like love and care?
No, I didn't ask. But I'm sure that the feeling behind these interviews is the novice academic, the novice university teachers care of students, or some of them.
More questions? I know many people are in the crowd who always have questions, and even if they are focused into their laptops right now, I know that if I go and surprise them, they definitely come up with something. So I know Cesar is a question, but Torni, you also always want to say something, so please, go ahead.
I actually have a question. Is this on? It's on. So I actually have a question. I also work with teacher development at Lund University in Sweden. I've been doing so for quite a long time, so I'm colleagues of yours. I was interested in this research. You know, as you all know, when you do research and you do research in a research setting, it is different from what you say and do when you're in a lecture hall or when you're in actual teaching. So my question would concern your thinking about this. Would it be possible that students have one perception of higher learning and higher teaching while in the research setting, while the same students actually express a different need and a different aspiration when they're in the actual teaching. And that would be what teachers experience. They don't experience the research set, if you see what I mean. And I would like you to comment on that. Thank you.
I was just thinking why the academic is invisible, and I explained it so that when students are learning, when they have in a good learning situation, they do not think about it, who has created it. And it seems to them that they have done it yourself. I have organized my learning. And I think when they feel good in the learning situation, it doesn't matter that they do not notice us. No, it's bad in the research situation. It's not bad in the learning situation.
So 2 questions over there, 1 question over there. So first, this weird guy with this weird hair. Actually, who doesn't know, this is the youngest doctor in Estonia, Margus Niitsa.
Thank you, Mart, for the introduction. But actually, my question is pretty practical. Namely, does your research have any practical recommendations as its output? So does it generate some ideas that lecturers should be doing differently to improve things or something? Because at the moment, your presentation was fairly theoretical.
So the design of research wasn't this kind of research for making practical recommendations, but as we are, both of us and our colleagues are doing as educational developers and working with academics, we work with this data and with findings with our colleagues in different courses. So we try to discuss it and hoping that their attention to these findings can help them to think about their teaching practice.
But I'm sure that our research on academic on novice university teachers has practical implications, because we have realized that novice university teachers with different conceptions need different support. This revolutionary part, they need one kind of support, and this more traditional part, they need another type of support. You needn't yes.
Thank you.
There is 1 question in the back, then there is 1 question and 1 more question over there.
Hello. I'm a student from Tallinnas University of Technology, and I was wondering if there is difference between science students and teachers and social and humanities students and teachers and their experiencing learning and teaching. Thank you.
Yeah, we are our findings still under analyzing, so we don't know even between differences in understandings of learning and teaching in the context of our sample. We didn't do it yet, but hypothesis is that there are some differences, definitely.
Okay, so next question over there.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear ideas from real impressive researchers. And my question is, was any, in this questionnaire, any question about motivation? That is one. And another one, have you been thinking to put together the same answers, or the questionnaire was done among the students and among the teachers, and see what is the main differences, how they understand? Because when I think about learning and teaching, so for me it's a process and look like a coin. This is a coin with both sides. It's very hard and difficult to just to make a border between them, because when I'm teaching, And the last question you put us to think, who is responsible for teaching and who is responsible for learning? And my understanding is, I'm responsible for learning, and the students are responsible for teaching. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
The next question was over there. Do you have the microphone already?
Who wants to question?
Raise your hand. Raise your hand.
Okay.
Helsinki University. I have a question about one result there. I've been pondering over it. You said that some students see learning activity as a complex process and they have some idea of relevance to social, of it as a social value. Some meaning what? You questioned like hundreds of students. Is it like 100 or is it like 2 lonely voices? Because if the latter, this is really a sobering, sobering discovery.
It's really only few. So it's not more than 7. Probably it's 5. We don't remember. It's very few. It's really very few who are just write down it, and it's connected with the questions which we got from this middle part of hall, that and Tony's questions, because the questionnaire and compiling questionnaire, this is the special situation. It's we ask to compile, and we don't know in what emotion situation they are sitting there and compiling this question and so on. We don't know, and it's of course limits on the data, but really only few wrote about more deep understanding about learning. We didn't find in findings more examples.
Anyway, it just seems that you need to research more then to draw
Yes.
conclusions. But I mean, it is a very sobering result if it is so. I mean, these are our best people, I mean, of all our societies, high educated people, and they leave their high education without seeing any value in their education or themselves as professionals in the societies. Let's think about it.
Next question.
Yes. Brian Lassen from Estonian University of Life Sciences. I would like to continue on value, actually. What is value? Why do you need a higher level education? Asking the students, why do you need to teach higher level education? I am very interested in what is the foundation for entering the academic world. What is the moral background for a person entering higher education? Are you ready, basically? Do you have a place do you know your place in society? Do you understand quality, value? Has this been investigated? Has this developed or degenerated over time? Have your studies or your experience any indicators in this direction that the moral and the preparation from the persons, has that changed over time, making it maybe more difficult in our time?
We haven't researched yet. But I think it's a very good perspective where to go. Yes, I agree with you. That needs to be done.
Yeah, and probably in according to context of adults learning theories, we can say that the real present assumptions or understandings of my experience or students' experience, it's always connected to previous experience. And one hypothesis could be that previous experience in occurring and responding is so strong, and it needs quite long time to change these assumptions. And this is what we are asking to think, that we should be patient and understand. And as we talked with Mari, it's not problem for us, because it's not problem for students. They are not report that it's a problem for them, that they are curious. They are happy, as Mari said. But it's a question, you raised very important questions. It's a questions about education and how we construct education and what we are talking about when we are talking about learning and teaching in each educational sections.
Okay, and let's take the last 2 questions. First, Torni.
I'm just picking up on the thread about students experience low value of the higher education experience, and there are research coming across on that. My reflection goes like this. I have a brother, he's a manager in the industry. I think he manages about 80 people or so. He's never been to higher education at all, and no one else in my family really have been to higher education. So whenever I talk to them, or my brother in particular, I experience a really low value of all my professional experiences. He often pushes me into a corner where higher education and universities are really, you know, the other world, just living in theory with no connection to reality at all. I'm sure many of you have heard the same kind of arguments about what we do in universities. And then I listen to your minister here talking, I never heard that. You know, I heard 50% before, but he seemed to go off to 60 to even 70%. And I know that Estonia have a long tradition in education, and that is an important part of the culture. So 70% seems to be fair for Estonia. But that means that universities and higher education are asked to rearrange the whole society. That's what we are asked to do. And we are asked to teach students and send them out in an environment which very much is similar to my brother. And that is also reflecting back on us. So when we ask students about their experience of higher education, they are, I suspect they answer not only about their experience as persons, but also experience in reflection to the society they now live in. So sometimes when they don't experience value in their experience in higher education, might not be because it was a weak experience. We need more research on this, but it could be a good thing to keep in mind when we talk about teachers in classrooms and we project a responsibility on the teachers. They have a major task to achieve here, and that is to rearrange an entire society. And I just wanted to say that because I don't think the major part of higher education is actually bad or low value. Teachers are trying to do a good job, but it's a huge task. And we might need to professionalize ourselves a bit before we can achieve that. And sorry for taking up time, I just wanted to say that. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Torni. But thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, you did it again. So the last question from Roy from the UK.
It's on. Just to follow up on the two last points, I'm wondering about traditions in education and perpetuation of traditions. Do we in Estonia have a tradition of passive learning? And is this perpetuated through our system now? Do we not encourage active learning? That's my question. So how much do we inquire into prior educational experience? Thank you.
The answer is yes.
Sure.
Yeah, probably the 20 years of independence is too short time. So we talked yesterday, Nordic-Baltic Network Group, that there are no big conceptual changes in it. Not conceptual, but there are quite many changes, small changes. Thanks to Primus.
Okay, let's thank the speakers. And here are the pens that leave that nice stamp with a signature on it. So please, here you are. And thank you very much. But now let's take just a short break of presentations, and let's come back to the beginning. So my name is Mart Noorma. I'm head of Center for Teaching and Learning at the University of Tartu. And I would like also to introduce you the other head of Center for Teaching and Learning in, or basically, I don't know what exactly the title is, but in Estonia, there are two that kind of centers basically. Rea, you can speak here.
That's me.
Thank you. Oh, I broke it. Sorry. And now we would like to thank, before we go to the next talk, we would like to thank also the program Primus, which was mentioned here. And for those who don't know, in Estonia since 2008 is ongoing a program for enhancement of quality in higher education called Primus. And it puts a lot of resources from European Social Fund into educating our teachers and helping students and change of teaching practices at the universities. And I also would like to introduce you head of that program, Katrin Kergand. So to that program we are grateful for this nice conference, and that's the second one also. Actually, may I ask you a question? And I know you don't want to sit, you want to stand up. Please stand up, everybody who was here, who was in Tartu at the first Primus conference on higher education in January 2011, 2 years ago. Please stand up for a second. So, thank you very much. Now everybody else also wants to stand up, so everybody who wasn't here, please stand up. Yes, thank you, we welcome you here. But now, when the excitement is growing, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Next speaker from the Middle Earth, which was formerly known before the movies of Lord of the Rings and Hobbit. It was known as New Zealand. And I would like to tell you some facts that actually convinced us all that Catherine is definitely the best speaker we can have at our conference. So, at the age of 5, Catherine won the competition in primary school, Oppa Heke, the competition or the race of snails. So, her snail was the fastest. And she still has the award, the statue of the golden snail. Kuldse teo auhind. But this was just the beginning. At the age of 9, she won the competition of being the best dishwasher at the primary school. But that's also just the beginning. At the age of 11, she won the school contest in 100-meter sprint race. And at the age of 17, and now we come closer to the point, she was elected as the loudest girl in the school. But you see the relations, right, or the kind of logic behind it, because now she is working as an associate dean for teaching, learning, and students, and the hobbits at the University of Victoria of Wellington in New Zealand. And if we talk about that a little bit more seriously now, then at the last conference of ISED in Bangkok last summer, we were all of us who were there, we were so excited about the presentation Catherine gave about works with the earlier career academics, that we felt that this really is relevant to the people who will be here at this conference. And so, Catherine Sutherland, please tell us more about that.
I'll just get myself sorted up here. Put those down there. It's hard to put my hobbit hair behind my ears when I have the microphone. Well, thank you for welcoming me here to Tallinn and Estonia. I had the privilege of going on a bus tour on Tuesday around the city, and it's very, very beautiful. People told me to expect wonderful architecture, and that's exactly what I saw, but I also experienced a warm welcome from people that I encountered, which was good because it's very cold. And at home, it's not cold at the moment. We're in summer. So it was a bit of a shock to my system to have to take all my winter clothes out and wash them and pack them into my bag. I'd like to open what I'm going to talk about today with a Māori proverb. The Māori people are the indigenous people of New Zealand, and I think it's appropriate to open with this. E hara au I te tangata mōhio ki te kōrero o tira, e tika ana kia mihi, atu kia mihi mai. E tika ana te kōrero o tātou tūpuna, nau te raurau, nāku te raurau. So what I said was, I'm not the most knowledgeable person at speaking, but it is right that we exchange greetings. And the proverb of our ancestors is true. With your basket and my basket, we may exchange knowledge. So, nō reira e ngā iwi, e ngā reo, e ngā karangatanga, maha ngā hau e whā, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So everybody, all peoples, all alliances, all voices from the four winds, I greet you all. I hope that over the next 45 minutes or so and the next couple of days, we may enjoy the mutual exchange of knowledge with your basket and my basket. Nau te raurau, nāku te raurau. I look forward to learning more about higher education and higher level learning. So, to kick things off, I'm going to make you go into your baskets and ask yourselves a question. What is success? Some of you are academic staff, some of you are support staff, some of you are academic developers, faculty developers, people who work with academics. What is success in academia? For the academic, not for the student. So what is success for academics? If you got to the end of your career as an academic and you looked back and you thought, yes, I have had a successful career, what would the indicators of that success be for you? Or if you're not an academic, if you think of a successful academic, what is it that makes them successful? What is success as an academic? So you can think about it or you can talk about it. Some people are thinkers, some people are talkers. I'm a talker. Feel free to have a conversation. I'll give you about 1 minute to think this through. There will be a test. Okay. What kinds of things have you come up with? Just throw things out at me. What is success in academia? Any ideas? Don't make me point at you and ask you by name. Just happiness, being happy. What is success in academia? Inspiring people? So getting to the end of your career and thinking, I inspired a lot of people. Yeah? What someone said? So looking at the people that you worked with and seeing their success. Right, yeah. Being invited, yeah. Yeah, getting invitations because you won the snail race when you were 5, yeah. Yeah. Being understandable as a teacher, as a researcher too, yeah. I heard someone say publications. Yeah. Isn't that what really is success? Yeah. Making a difference, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Isn't that what we want to do? Most of us? Don't we want to make a difference? Isn't that why we're doing this? I hope it is for most of you, yeah. What else? Having fun, yeah. I agree. Yeah. Making the world a better place. Yeah, for everyone, sure. Already Torgny has told us we have to fix the Estonian education system, so we might as well make the whole world better at the same time. Yeah. Yeah? No? Okay, I'll show you what the handbooks tell us success is. So what I did a content analysis of handbooks for early career academics. So these are the handbooks with titles like Survive and Thrive in Academia, How to Be the Best Academic, Early Career Guide to Academia, these kinds of titles. I don't think any of those were actual titles, but there were 5 that I analysed from around the world, and I investigated their contents and the titles of their chapters and looked at the hints and tips that they were giving, and I categorised them into the major themes. So what are the handbooks that an early career might find, an early career academic might go into the library or might ask a colleague, can you recommend a book about being an academic? And this is what these books tell these early career academics that they need to do to be successful. Almost half of the hints and tips relate to research. In order to succeed in academia, you need to be doing research. And you don't just need to be doing research, you need to be doing a lot of research. You need to be producing a lot of publications. The other things they talked about in relation to research were getting a lot of grant funding, so applying for and receiving a lot of money. Building and managing a research team and getting your writing done. The vast majority of the tips, not quite half, related to research. Second in the themes was the workplace, the job search itself, finding the right kind of university. So making sure that you're working in an institution that fits with your own desire. If you want to be happy and have fun, and teaching is what makes you happy and provides fun, then don't apply for a job at a research-intensive university. That was the kind of advice that they were giving. It's also about understanding the promotion and the tenure process, how to negotiate your salary, and preparing your CV or your portfolio for promotion or for tenure. The personal stuff was about work-life balance, finding the happiness, finding the joy by balancing your work and your life, dealing with family issues, finding the right location to live, staying healthy, that kind of thing. Networking and relationships featured quite highly in the sense that a lot of the handbooks talk about making sure that you find a mentor, that you network well with your discipline peers, that you make sure to build relationships with the powerful people in your field, and they talk about how to do that kind of thing. And then the 2 final sections, teaching a lowly 11% and service 4%. At first I was quite disappointed that teaching didn't feature more highly in these books. I really was surprised. These are handbooks, they're not handbooks on succeeding as a researcher in academia, they're handbooks on succeeding as an academic. So you would expect that there would be quite a bit of information on teaching. And it upset me as someone who was in faculty development for quite a while that teaching featured so low in the number of tips. I reconciled that, or I convinced myself that it was okay by reminding myself that there are lots of books on teaching for academics. So there are a lot of books that have been written on how to be a good teacher in academia. And so maybe these authors of these books on being a successful academic were thinking that the academics would read the teaching books to get their teaching advice. But that was the way that I could make myself feel better about these percentages. Service didn't feature very highly, but it was about committee work and departmental service and a little bit about consultancy as well. Even in a section on teaching, this is how highly research ranks as the indicator of success in academia. Even in a section on teaching and service in one of the books, the first hint, and this is the section on teaching and service, the first hint is, publication is the only portable wealth. And that's the first hint in the section on teaching. They keep reminding you that what counts in academia is research. So, what I decided to do was to ask some early career academics and some people who work with early career academics, managers of these people, what success is in academia. And I'll share with you the results. So first of all, I asked the managers what advice would they give to early career academics for surviving and succeeding in academia. And this is what they said. In order to be successful in academia, you have to be resourceful. You have to be proactive, and you have to plan your career. And that was a third of the advice was about being resourceful and making plans, making goals, setting priorities, and then going out and proactively seeking help in order to achieve those goals. The second most common piece of advice was, again, about research. So this was in a survey of managers of early career academics. And I asked them at the end of the survey, what is the one piece of advice that you would give to an early career academic about surviving and succeeding in academia? And there were 108 responses, and I think 90-something of them wrote a piece of advice. And some of them just wrote research. Publish or perish, do research, get grant money. You know, they wrote some very simple statements about what it takes to succeed in academia. Some of them wrote something a little bit more about the resourcefulness and planning. And I have two of these quotes here, and I wonder if I can get some help to read these out. Someone with a microphone. You've got a microphone. You've taken your microphones off. There, you can just read it for us. There we go. So the first one.
Focus on research.
You have to turn his microphone on.
Focus on research and international publications. Do as little teaching and service as is possible.
And the second quote.
Here's second one. Look at the promotion criteria, talk to sensible colleagues, and map your career in a way which is acceptable to you and also navigates successful ascent over the academic ladders.
Thank you, managers. So this was a good example of the contrasting pieces of advice. Focus on your research, do as little teaching and service as possible. And this person was not joking. This was their genuine advice to early career academics. The other one said, look at the promotion criteria, talk to sensible colleagues. I like that delineation. Don't just talk to all your colleagues. Find the sensible ones. Leave the crazy ones out. Go and talk to the sensible ones. But this is the challenge for early career academics. How do they know who are the sensible people and who are the crazy people? And sometimes they only find out too late. Yeah. So, and map your career in a way that helps you to climb the ladder that you want to climb. They're almost saying, build your own ladder, not just decide on your own path. So to be fair, one of the managers did say, as their one piece of advice, get a higher education teaching qualification. So there are some managers who believe that teaching is important. So I also asked early career academics themselves, what is success? So I did a series of interviews with academics from people who were already successful, but still early in their career, from New Zealand, Canada, and Sweden. And an analysis of the interviews brought up two different constructions of success among these successful early career academics. One was the official construction, where they told me all of the reasons why they had been nominated to be interviewed by me as a successful early career academic. And the other was when I asked them, and what does success mean to you personally? And the answers were very different. So here is the official construction. So when I said, why are you a successful early career academic? They told me, I do a lot of research. I have a lot of publications. I get a lot of grant money. All of the things that the handbooks were telling us people need to do to be successful. I've got the right networks. I've met the right people. I'm working with the right people. I've brought in lots of money. I've been promoted quickly. I've won a lot of awards and got invitations. The Snail Award probably doesn't count, but a few talked about being an all-rounder, and teaching came seventh on the list when I categorized everything and ranked them. And teaching under the official construction was, I get good student evaluations of my teaching, or I've won a teaching award, or students stand up and clap when I finish lecturing, that kind of thing. So when I asked them, what does success mean to you personally? This is what they said. And this is more what you all said, actually. Personally, I want to inspire my students. I'm successful when I inspire my students through my teaching. I'm successful when I change my students' lives. This is what they meant by teaching under this construction. So teaching under the official construction was getting good student evaluations. Teaching under this personal construction was changing students' lives. Research under the official was getting the right publications in the right journals. And research under the personal was making a difference in the world, changing the way that my discipline thinks about the world, having an impact. And then you'll see balancing work and family life. That to them is success personally, and it comes to what you were talking about happiness. They didn't want to get to the end of their careers. In fact, there's a really good quote. I'm trying to think if I've got it with me, actually. I think I have. Here's the official construction of success. I guess my publication record is pretty good. I've had 2 papers published in Science, and I published first authored papers in most of the major journals in my field since I've been here. And my graduate students have been doing well, and I guess I get teaching evaluations that are about a standard deviation above the mean in my department. So she's just wrapping it all up into one quote. Success in academia is publishing in Science, first authored papers, good graduate students, and getting student evaluations a standard deviation above the mean. By contrast, this was Bill. I think there are obviously the key indicators that universities look at in terms of papers published and grant revenue. So far, so good. And that's all well and good, but ultimately, I think it would be a pretty sad career if I get to 65 and I've published a bunch of papers and brought in millions in grant revenue, and people think I'm a total tosser and I haven't been a good colleague and haven't done a whole lot for mentoring. Maybe the term doesn't ring bells, but he's saying I don't want to get to the end of my career having done all of the things that the handbooks tell me I should do, and people don't like me and they think I'm a loser and I haven't mentored anybody well. So there's quite a contrast between what is expected and what they want to achieve for themselves. So I've got too many pieces of paper here. I'll just throw them away. That might work. So, what I decided to do, having interviewed these successful early career academics, was to investigate more what are all early career academics thinking. Are they thinking along similar lines? Is success about happiness, or is it about getting as many publications as you can? So my project over the last 3 years has looked at the factors that influence the success and productivity of early career academics. And what I'm trying to do is get to a point where I can make recommendations for providing better support for early career academics and develop some resources. So towards the end, I'll share with you some ideas in that respect. Right. So there were 3 key phases to the research. There were the interviews that I conducted with the already successful academics. Then I did a national survey last year of all early career academics in all 8 universities in New Zealand. So we have 8 universities. I was interested in your the Minister of Education and the figures that he gave. We have 4 million people in New Zealand and 8 universities. At each university there's maybe between 15 and 30,000 students. So we have slightly more than you do here in Estonia, but the situation is almost exactly as he was describing it. The massification, they call it, of higher education, where in the past only a few went to university, and now in New Zealand it's open entry to university. Anyone can come. You do need to get what's called university entrance, but the score for that is quite low, and it's quite easy to get into university. So we have 8 universities. When we investigated who were the early career academics, it's people 7 years into their career or less. So within 7 years of having started as an academic. And there were about 1,100 in New Zealand. So I got a response of 538, which was about 49%, I think, of all of the early career academics. So we were very happy with that as a result for a survey that was sent out by email. We were happy to get half of the people replying. And then I sent the survey to managers of the early career academics, as I mentioned before. So, what did we find? I asked the early career academics in this survey to indicate what was most important to them for their success. And I'm going to ask you to work out what you think they said. So I've given you five options here. So this is, for an early career academic, what would they say is most important for their success as an academic? So the choices you have are a head of department committed to my success, a formal orientation program for new academics or faculty, availability of resources for teaching, availability of resources for research, or opportunities to make decisions about the direction of my own research and teaching. I've given you a hint earlier about where availability of resources for teaching might come in the list. But you may have a different idea. So imagine you're an early career academic. Which of these would be top of the list, do you think? You can talk to your neighbour and have an argument and try to convince them, if you like. Okay, so hands up for if you think the top ranked was a head of department who is committed to my... Oh, there was a hand straight away. Head of department committed to my success. Hands up. A few people. Are you heads of department, maybe? No. What about a formal orientation program for new academics or new faculty? Hands up. People who run the orientation program? Yeah. Availability of resources for teaching. A few people think that will be most important, okay? Availability of resources for research. Hands up. These are all people who never got enough when they started as academics and they wanted more. What about opportunities to make decisions about the direction? Okay. So we're fighting between opportunities, the autonomy question, the research, and the head of department. The answer is, early career academics want autonomy. They became academics for all sorts of reasons. One was to do research. For some of them, it's to teach. But they became academics and not high school teachers and not Torgny's brother in business because they believe that this career offers them choices. Autonomy is incredibly important to early career academics. And this has implications for those of us who are supporting early career academics. When we tell them that they must attend a formal orientation program for new academics, that goes against the grain of them making decisions about their own research and teaching. So what do you think was second if that was first? Do you want to change those who are first? It's the head of department. There are reasons for this. The head of department who is committed to my success is very different from the head of department who is a constant barrier to my success. And so I think often the people who chose this as their first ranked are the people who had a head of department who constantly put up barriers or perceived them to be providing barriers. But a head of department is very close to the autonomy. A head of department who is committed to me as a person. A formal orientation program for new faculty came 27th out of 36 items on the list. It really doesn't matter to new academics. We know, those of us who are involved in providing the formal orientation for new academics, that it is important that they be given opportunities to understand the culture of this institution, how this place works, how we teach here. Because often we confuse students if we come racing in from another place, teaching. You know, if apparently passive learning is common in Estonia, is what somebody hinted at earlier, what if the crazy active learning lecturer gets up the front and starts trying to get them all actively learning without first having understood the culture of the institution? Like, there are reasons why orientation programs can be useful. Availability of resources for teaching fell much further down the rank than research. So fourth was availability of resources for research. And third was a head of department who helps me to apply for promotion. I think it was something along those. We'll come to that shortly anyway. So you can see that early career academics are quite adamant about what they want. And I'm going to share some quotes with you from some of them. I'll just find them. I'll read the first one, and then maybe, Mart, can you ask some people to read those others? So there's 3 others. So the first one, this is the voice of the early career academics. In a university, no one is able to work effectively without the support of others. The crucial thing is academic freedom. Support from the management level that an academic is capable and responsible for her own research and teaching direction. So, and this was a colon separating these 2 points. So this academic sees these things as fully related to each other. No one is able to work effectively without the support of others. The crucial thing is academic freedom. And what they see as academic freedom is managers allowing them to make their own decisions. Okay, the second one. Who's got that? Oh, okay.
I think that often senior managers are actually very committed to one's success as an early career academic, but are so overloaded with strategic work, meta decision making, that they don't get the chance to make time to discuss progress one-to-one.
So this person recognizes the importance of the manager in their lives as an academic, but acknowledges that their manager is busy. Their manager has a lot of work that they have to be doing that often prevents them from engaging in the one-on-one kind of support that an early career academic desires. Okay, next one.
My head of department has been a barrier here.
Okay, that was the last one. Nobody heard that. Next one.
Sorry.
Number 5?
Yeah.
The most effective thing for me has been a monthly scheduled meeting with my HOD to keep me on track and updated and supported in all ways.
This is what this early career academic said helped them the most. So if you are a head of department and you have new faculty, new academics coming in to work with you, think about what one-on-one support are you providing them. If you have 10 new people starting at once, that would be very difficult. But whoever has 10 new people starting at the same time in one department? Is that common? Everybody's going, me, I do. Think through what support are heads of department providing. And the opposite was?
My head of department has been a barrier here.
Yeah, so this is what the person responded when we asked them about what's important for their success, and they said, my head of department is a barrier. Okay. So the head of department really plays a significant role in helping early career academics to succeed. And I think that that's something that we should keep in mind as we think about how we provide support for early career academics. So just to recap what was important to early career academics: autonomy, opportunities to make decisions about my own research and teaching, a head of department committed to my success, a head of department who will support me in applying for promotion. That was third. The availability of resources for conducting research, and then there are 3 new ones that you hadn't seen before. So senior colleagues who are interested in my progress and well-being. It's really important that early career academics feel supported by people who have been there for a while. And so as if you're a head of department or if you're working in faculty development, what opportunities are you providing for early career academics to socialize with or to network with or to spend time with senior colleagues in the discipline? And how much are you encouraging senior colleagues to make themselves available to early career academics? One of the things that some people complained about was everybody is in their own office doing their own research, and then they go to their lecture and they do their teaching, and they come back to their office and they close the door, and we hardly talk to each other. It's something to think about. What role are we playing in helping early career academics to integrate into the university? And early career academics rated informal mentoring as very important. So, the issue is that managers have a completely different point of view. So this is what the managers thought was important to early career academic success. The number on the left under rank, left as we're looking at it, left, is what the managers said, and the number in the brackets is how the early career academics ranked those statements. So you can see that managers think that the most important thing for early career academic success is good communication between management and academics. But that's probably because they're communicating a lot with their academics. They're giving lots of messages, but they don't believe necessarily that those messages are being heard. So they think good communication is important. Early career academics agree it is important, but it's definitely not the most important thing. So it was 9th out of 36 items for the early career academics. At first I was disconcerted. I was a little bit upset that there was such variation in what the managers and the early career academics were saying. But then I realized this is 7 items, 8 items, and of the 8 items, 4, they have 4 in common. That's not too bad, actually. 4 of the same items appear in the top 8. And so really that's not as bad as it could be. But you can see that managers think a formal orientation program for new academics is very important, and academics really don't think it's important at all. So there's an issue where good communication needs to occur, not just communication, not just you must attend this orientation program, but explaining why it will be useful for them, helping them to think that maybe they've decided to go themselves so that they're making choices about their own teaching and research. And you'll see, encouragingly, that senior colleagues, that heads of department managers agree, and early career academics agree that senior colleagues are very important in supporting early career academics. Without wanting to make it seem like the world is falling apart for early career academics in New Zealand, encouragingly, they're actually pretty happy. So satisfaction is quite high among early career academics in New Zealand. This was on a scale where 1 is positive and 5 is negative. So 2.15 as a mean means that more people are happy than unhappy. It's not bad. They're not ecstatic. They're not overjoyed to be academics. But they're pretty happy. And in fact, some people commented that they've got their dream job and they love every day. Other people, of course, said that they were leaving. With 538 people, you'd expect some variety in response. So it's not all doom and gloom. They're fairly happy people. But life is out of kilter for them. They're not managing to find a sense of balance between their work and their family. Mostly it is family. For some it's not, because as early career academics, many of them don't yet have children. Actually, half of them do. I asked that as a question. More than half were married or in a long-term relationship, and half had children. And so a lot of them are trying to balance young families with doing this work as academics. So this is an issue that I think we really need to consider. How are we providing opportunities for people to raise their families and do a good job as researchers and teachers, and come into the lecture hall happy? Because if an academic, that one academic in your study who said, to be honest, I'm boring myself to death, you know, that academic probably has 3 children at home and is struggling to balance life at home with their job, or they don't have children and they're lonely. You know, there are all sorts of things that affect what then happens in the lecture hall. And what are we doing to help early career academics to find some sense of balance? I actually think it's a myth that we can achieve work-life balance. I don't think it's possible, but surely we can get better than a mean of 3.1. It'd be nice if the mean was in the 2s, at least. So what I did was I asked the early career academics, well, how do you spend your time? So I've talked a lot about research being the message that they're getting, that you must do research, and that teaching really doesn't count for much. And if that's the case, then we all have a lot of work to do to make teaching and to make learning better in higher education. So I asked them, how do you spend your time? And there's a myth out there that academics' time is spent 40% on research, 40% on teaching, and 20% on service. Have you heard of that myth before, the 40-40-20 myth? Has anybody ever been told that that's what they must do? 40-40-20, some Americans, some people have. There's 2 promotions handbooks in New Zealand universities where it says your time will be spent 40% research, 40% teaching, 20% service. And it actually says that. That's how your time should be allocated. What I wanted to find out is if this actually was true. Is this how early career academics were spending their time? What do you think was the 40% research, 40% teaching, which would come out higher for the early career academics? Were they spending more time teaching or more time on research? What do you think? Teaching, research? Hands up for teaching and hands up for research. Okay, teaching. Teaching and research. And service? Okay, service is incorrect. So here's what they said. 44% of them are spending, of all of the early career academics, 44% of their time is spent on research. I asked them to do it in 3 and for it to add up to 100, but apparently early career academics, especially in mathematics and science, cannot add up to 100, and so the figure is 99%. So it's 44, 34, 21. They're spending more of their time on research. And that's because the message that they're getting is, in order to do well in academia, you must spend time on your research. They're spending only a third of their time on teaching, and they're spending slightly more than the 20% required of them on service and administration. None of them are concerned about spending time in service to their discipline, or in service to their community, or in service to their university. All of them are frustrated by the administration that is required of them. And I think that's where at least the 1% comes from. Who's surprised that women spend more time on research? I was surprised, because the myth out there is that women do the domestic duty in the university, and the domestic duty of the university is teaching. And so I thought that women would say they spend more time on teaching than they do on research. But it turns out they're telling us they spend more time on research than the men tell us they spend on research. We did analyse this statistically, and there's no statistical significance in these results, so it's just an on average. But it surprised me a little. So then I asked them, okay, what are you most interested in? That's how you spend your time. That's how you tell me you spend your time. Where do your interests lie? And so the scale was primarily in research, primarily in teaching, and in between. So this is how they spend their time. Do you think that they are most interested in research, even though they spend all their time on it, or are they most interested in teaching? Hands up for research. Some people are learning quickly. Hands up for research. Okay, hands up for teaching. Some people are still optimistic. I'm afraid that it's primarily in research or leaning towards research. So 67% of the respondents in the New Zealand survey said that their interest lay in research. Interestingly, more women say that their interest lies in teaching than men do, but they're spending more time on research. So this is a challenge for us as people who work with people on developing their teaching and on being the best teachers they can be. How are we helping them to be the best academics that they can be? And I think one of the mistakes that we make as people who are helping academics to develop their teaching is that we separate teaching and research from each other. When academics see themselves as doing both, and they don't often separate those duties out. So I think we need to think more about supporting academics in a holistic sense. What are we doing to support them as academics? Not as teachers, not as researchers, but as people who are academics. So that's a challenge for you that I'll put out there. So here are some things that influence the success of early career academics that I've discovered in my research. Institutional support and resources are absolutely crucial for early career academic success. If you have a head of department who is deliberately not supporting you, or who is even just average in their support of you, it will be harder for you to succeed. If you have an institution that's not providing enough funding for research, it will be harder for you to succeed as an academic. This is particularly true in New Zealand. I don't know if you noticed a few slides back, one of the top things for success was travel funds to present at conferences. New Zealand is a very long way from everywhere in the rest of the world. Even from Australia, which most people think we're just a state of Australia, Australia is a 4-hour flight away. We cannot get to another country unless we take an aeroplane or a boat. So the first time I was in the United States and Canada, I was in Canada and we were driving to the United States and we got to the border and they asked for my passport. And I just laughed because I've never been able to drive to another country. So I didn't bring my passport with me, right? So New Zealand academics need travel funds to present their research in other places. We have to leave the country in order for other people to hear what we're doing. And we have international conferences, but it's harder for us to get places. It was a 36-hour journey for me to arrive here. So institutional support and resources are very, very important. Prior experiences. We haven't talked a lot about this, but what I found was that the PhD experience, the doctoral experience that early career academics have, has a big bearing on how well they do as academics. If an early career academic published during their doctoral degree, they are both more confident as researchers when they begin their career, and they have more publications than others who didn't publish during their doctoral degree. And this is publishing either independently or with their supervisor. So if you've published before you start working as an academic, you'll publish more as your career moves on than those people who didn't publish during their PhD. If they got lecturing experience during their PhD, they are more confident teachers than those who got no teaching experience during their PhD. If they served on a university committee as a doctoral student, they are more confident teachers and researchers than people who weren't engaged in university life in a service capacity. So what happens to you before you become an academic, and for a lot of people they're doing their PhD at the same time as being an academic, it's very important and has a significant bearing for them. The third factor that influences early career success is personal characteristics. And we've touched on resourcefulness as a personal characteristic of successful early career academics. And that's what heads of department are trying to encourage their early career academics to develop. So resourcefulness is key to being successful. Some other, I think I have some. Yes. So here is some advice from the managers of early career academics about being resourceful. Remember, I asked them what's one piece of advice, and most of them said resourcefulness or research. Know why you want to be an academic. And I think that's a really useful thing to be asking your early career academics. Why are you here? What is important to you as an academic? Not to your department, not to your head, not to your university, not to your students. What is important to you? Why do you want to be an academic? And if they can't answer that, we've got some work to do to help them work out why they're there. Ask questions and never take just one person's advice. I actually think that's one of the best pieces of advice that we can give an early career academic. Don't listen to just one person, even me, especially me. As the head of department, the advice that you give them should be carried alongside the advice that they seek from other people. Because we are a university, because we have academic freedom, there are different ways of doing everything all around the university. And early career academics need to seek different forms of advice from different people. So that's a great piece of advice. Establish few but well-focused goals and give enough time to see each one of them through. And that's important advice too. Ask questions and investigate how the university works, what is offered, and what the rules and policies are. But we can be helping them to find out what the rules and policies are. We shouldn't just send them off out there to find out their own things. We can at least point them in the direction. One thing that you might like to think about, if you have a new person beginning in your university in the next 6 months, one thing that I would recommend that you do is to ask their head of department, or if you are the head of department, tell them 2 people that they should go and talk to, and tell them why they should go and talk to them. And after they've spoken to them, ask those 2 people to recommend 2 people that they should speak to, and why they should speak to them. Rather than giving them a big long list of all the people they should go and talk to, just recommend 2, and tell them to ask those 2 for 2 more people. And pretty soon, that person's going to get a sense of who knows whom, why people are important, because a lot of the people will recommend the same person. And that's going to be an emphasis for that early career academic, that that person runs things around here. And one of the best people you can send an early career academic to talk to is the school administrator or the faculty administrator. The administrator in charge of the department should be one of the first people you send early career academics to speak with, and ask them to ask that person for 2 more people to speak to. So that's one way of enabling them to feel like they've got some autonomy, but you're pointing them in the right direction. And be proactive and positive. The other 4 characteristics that I've identified are resilience. How do you bounce back when you get a rejection from an academic journal? how do you bounce back from that? What do you do in response to that? When you get poor student evaluations in your first term as a lecturer, what do you do in response to that? Who do you go and talk to about that? How do you develop resilience? Academic citizenship is the idea that we're all in this together and that we all have to take our turn at serving and at supporting each other and at being citizens of the university. It's not just about freedom, it's also about citizenship. Balance we've talked about, and then relationships and relational agency. And when I'm talking about agency there, this is drawing into the autonomy that they've identified as so important, is helping them to identify their own ability to change things. So agency is a capacity to identify the goals at which one is directing one's action and evaluate whether one has been successful. But relational agency is understanding that our agency always works in relation with others. And one of the characteristics I think we could be helping early career academics to develop is a sense of how they function in the institution as individuals who can change things, but in relation with other people. So, success in academia is knowing how to know whom, as well as knowing what, how, and why. How are we helping our early career academics to know the right people to help them to be successful? A lot of people use that familiar saying, it's who you know. You know, in order to be successful, you have to know the right people. How are we helping our early career academics to know who those right people are, as well as how to know what, how to know why, and how to know how? So I want to nearly close. I have two conclusions. The first is a poem, and the second is not. So the first is a poem that I wrote using the words of the participants in my project. So these are the actual words of the interview participants. And I turned them into a poem which I've called On the Success Treadmill. Success is a complicated thing to measure. Is it 40, 40, 20, or 30, 30, 30, and where's the other 10? I won a research medal. I have a service award. I like teaching. Success is a funny thing. I feel successful at what I do because I'm happy, lucky, secure, free, autonomous. I want to make the world a better place, make a lasting contribution to human knowledge, be a purist in the pursuit of science, do what I love. I'll have the fun bits, please. It's equal, teaching, research, and service. Just go for the research. It's all about the research. It's not rocket science. Do well at teaching, publish, get grants. That's the long and the short of it. Being an academic is about getting out there. It's about working with people, employing postdocs, getting grants, having students working with you, being on committees, being the dean. It's about not being the pro-vice-chancellor, because that really is an admin job. Teaching is very important for me, but the currency is your head. So it has to be research. I'll sacrifice teaching a little bit if it means more research. We always get told to play the game, but if you don't know what the game is, you can't play it. You sort of spin one plate and then you go on to the next one and you've got 3 plates going. You've got your research, you've got your teaching, you've got your admin. That plate's starting to slow down. Is it going to fall off? I never want to be the academic who ruined his life to be famous in his field. I have 100 publications. I have a job my parents are proud of. I still have a little bit of life left at the end of the day. Ultimately, if you based your measurement for success on the institution, you'd be off to Oprah to sort your head out. I just want to be happy. Thank you. And so the final conclusion, who recognises this? This is the Song Festival grounds in Tallinn. I think that way, am I right? That direction? Yeah. They're very beautiful. I went past there on the bus and they were empty, but apparently about 80,000 people can gather as an audience and thousands can sing on the stage. And what I read about Estonia before I came here and what I've heard since being here is that you're a culture of singers and that in fact you have sung yourselves to freedom twice. And so my culture also is a culture of singing, and it is Māori tradition, so the indigenous people in New Zealand traditionally sing at the end of giving a speech. And a song is called a waiata, and so I'm going to sing you a waiata. And if you wish, and for those who were in my workshop yesterday, my choir, you can sing along, either with the first time or the second time. So if you don't want to sing, you don't have to. This is my tradition, but I hope because you have a singing culture that you will indulge me. So I'll sing the first verse for you. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi Māori e tātou tātou e. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi Māori e tātou tātou e. This is what it means. Love, faith, and peace be amongst us all. Thank you very much.
I guess now you all understand why we made such a big effort to get Catherine here. And I think she deserves one more applause because she had to spend 72 hours flying
72 now.
72 hours flying in these planes back and forth just to be here for this 1 hour with us. So thank you once again.
Do we have time for questions?
Yes, we will have time for questions. And please, you have time for 1 or 2 or 3. No, that's locked. You. Where is the
Anyone
microphone?
who read a quote out is allowed to ask a question.
So here.
Okay, Brian Lesson from Estonian University of Life Science. Thank you for a very touching presentation. Integrity is, for me as a young academic, one of the most important things, and one would make me give up my academic career if I didn't have it. And I haven't seen it anywhere in the presentations here, including yours. And I would like to know, because this is kind of the currency of the scientist, his integrity, being peer-reviewed and being trustworthy in everything he's doing, teaching, being right and wrong and so on. And I'm wondering, have you touched this in your surveys, or have any idea, any comments on this?
It's a very good question. It's a very important issue in academia. The survey, there's only so many questions we can ask in a survey in order to get people to be willing to answer it. And this took them 15 to 20 minutes to answer already. And I had to make the decision not to ask about values. In the end, there were only so many things that I could ask about. But a colleague of mine, Tony Harland, has written a book on values in higher education, which you might be interested in reading. And another colleague, Bruce McFarlane from the UK, he writes about academic citizenship and how it's important. One of the heads of school said, know why you want to be an academic. And you also need to know why you're still an academic. And sometimes people leave academia, as you said, because they have lost either their own integrity or they see the integrity of those around them being ruined by all sorts of game playing. Yeah, so I think I haven't done that research myself, but I know there are people who are doing it. Yeah.
So I heard in your presentation the words balance and happiness and well-being and holistic. So these are my words. And in that context, actually, of humanistic education and sustainable well-being of individuals and societies as well, of course, I would like to ask your subjective opinion, as probably a very experienced keynote traveling around the world. Have you noticed such a shift in mindsets or thinking when you described such extrinsic factors like I need to have a lot of publications and then I'm successful and so on and so forth. So actually the shift towards well-being or happiness being the actual goal of every individual. Have you noticed such a change?
First of all, this is my first international keynote, so I'm not an experienced traveling around
you
the
look
world.
Like experienced.
So thank you for being a gentle audience for me. Secondly, all of the successful academics that I interviewed, the 58, and in fact I've interviewed 50 more, but they were New Zealanders, so that would have skewed the sample if I'd included them. All of them, except one, talked about happiness and joy and balance as being personal signs of success. The only one who didn't spent all his time at work. He wasn't married. He was a rocket scientist, ironically. In the poem, someone said it's not rocket science, do your teaching, do your research. This guy actually is a rocket scientist and he has no life beyond academia, but that's what makes him happy. And getting published in Science or in Nature or having accolades from his peers is what brings him joy, but he didn't use those words. But it is, when I asked them, what matters to you personally, it wasn't getting enough papers written. It was changing the way my discipline thinks about the world, and it was being happy myself, yeah. So I don't know if that's a shift. I think that's human nature. But how do we support academics to achieve both? That's the challenge, yeah.
Thanks.
And the last one.
You emphasized the resourcefulness as a characteristic of young academics being very, very important. So could you elaborate on what you actually mean by resourcefulness, or what the students themselves meant when they answered in this way?
Yeah, I tried to give some examples of that, but it's about being proactive. And I guess the best example is a negative one. So the academic who isn't resourceful is this colleague of mine, and I have him in my head. When I was interviewing these successful academics, this man was in my head as the opposite, at the other end of the spectrum. He sits in his office and waits for people to come to him. And he complains when nothing happens. And he's constantly complaining about his own lack of success and about how everybody is against him. But it's because he never leaves his office to go and talk to people except to complain, right? And I'm not exaggerating. This is a very sad person. But actually there are quite a few people like that in academia who think that the world is going to come to their office door and hand them everything they need to know to be able to do their jobs well. It's not. If you want your autonomy and freedom as an academic, you also have to go out there and find the resources and support that you need. So it's about being proactive about getting what you need. That's one small example. I made a flyer for early career academics in New Zealand. There are 2 copies left in the world, and this is one of them, because I've run out. But they're on the internet, and you can download copies of this, and it has those 5 personal characteristics, and it has questions alongside each one. So for resourcefulness, the questions I've asked are, if a student or colleague asked you for help that you couldn't provide, would you know where to direct them? Are you familiar with all the various student and support services on campus? Do you know any of the people who run these services by name? So rather than saying to early career academics, find out about student and support services, I'm asking it as a question to challenge them to find the answer for themselves. Resourcefulness. Do you know how the promotion processes at your institution work and what you personally need to do to get promoted? So that will challenge them to go out there and find the answers. I have 100 copies. If you want one, you can get one on your way out. But also there's a web link where you can find that if you're interested in it.
So thank you very much, Catherine.
I like in Europe where you get to kiss twice. I like that, and sometimes 3 times even.
Give me the third one also, please.
The third one. Mwah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So please don't leave. Where is Kaspar? Group. And the other 2 students. So I was just going to point to them. Well, these are the 3 people who are not going to lunch now. Everybody else will go. But these 3 students they have a booth downstairs, and there is free consultation for lecturers and educational developers from the students who will tell you what you should do in your work. So visit their booth and use their services. But now everybody, let's go to have lunch and come back exactly in 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Welcome back from the lunch. My name is Taavi Väiker, so I'll be chairman of this parallel session, and I hope everybody who wanted to come back have come back from the lunch now. And the first talk will be titled "Media and Higher Education." The presenter is Mark Puusaar in collaboration with Jüri Lysenko and Ene Koitla, and they are from the Estonian Information Technology Foundation. And the foundation is a collaboration of the Estonian Republic, 2 of the universities, and also telecommunication and IT companies. And the motto of the foundation is, I will quote it, IT education of digital era in IT education. But I think the IT can be dropped, and everything novel that can be done in IT education can be done in every education. So the next talk, I hope, will give all of you a clue what kind of multimedia devices could be used in our education to improve our education. So now I will give the word to Marko.
Thank you. I welcome you all after the great lunch that I believe you had. I didn't have time to have lunch, so was it good? Perfect, just perfect. So as I already Taavi noted, my name is Marko Puusaar. I come from Estonian IT Foundation, specifically from the Estonian e-learning development center that is just one sub part of Estonian IT Foundation. And additionally to these 3 people that you can see on the slides already, a lot of help into preparing today's presentation has also come from Jack Comey. So he's a very, very talented and a great man who has been working and still works as an education and media producer. And we were even planning to bring him here, but there were some scheduling problems, so he had to leave last night. But no matter, we can handle it. Just for your notification, all of information that you see on these slides, my talk, you can use it freely under the Creative Commons license. If you don't yet know what is Creative Commons, then it's the last time to find out for you. My plan is simple. It's just to introduce a bit the field that we are going to talk about, then see what kind of roles can media, and I would emphasize multimedia, so multiple medias put them together, not just paper or not just hearing something, but bring them together. So basically video, for example, animations with audio, whatever you can imagine. So putting multiple these data gathering medias together and then using them to enhance learning. Also a little bit about the flipped classroom model. Maybe you have already seen it, probably you have used it or someone has used it on you already. It's nothing new, but we'll just look on it from a maybe new perspective. And my favorite topic, to be honest, at the end, lecture capture. Why it's my favorite topic, I will tell you at the end, so you have to be a bit patient. Shortly about the e-learning development center, where I come from. I've been working in the Estonian e-learning development center for the last 3 weeks, so it's a new position, to be honest, but I've been working with them for the last 4 years already. So it's just great for me to represent them, us, at the moment. So our passion is to support learning and teaching using modern technologies. So, and we are honestly calling the current era digital era. It's the world is digital. All of our information is digital. So basically it consists of ones and zeros. That's all. But of course we see it as black and white with colors, letters, everything. But all of this is sent through just ones and zeros, and all of our knowledge is also ones and zeros at the end. But and this has changed a lot, and I really believe that it has changed the world in a good sense. Some facts and figures. What we are doing is that we are hosting, we believe, the biggest Moodle installation. Moodle is a e-learning environment where you can just organize learning and teaching through the internet. And we are hosting this for all of Estonian schools who want to use it. We have been coordinating 2 really big projects called BEST and Vanker that are where we support the development of new learning materials. However you want to approach learning, is it audiovisual, is it test-based or co-working, and to just prepare the learning materials that are really worth current times. And we are really passionate about free and open access, which means that all of the learning materials and all of the work that we do, we try to publish and put out under free licenses, or basically this clear statement of how you can use them. This is a really important part of making education open to everybody, to you, to me also. Because if you have just knowledge, but you say that only I or you maybe can share it, no one else can do it, then there is no sense of just having this knowledge. In my sense, this is my sense. I don't know. Maybe you think a little bit differently. And we also coordinate 2 really big consortiums between universities and vocational schools in Estonia. If you want to find out more, you can open this webpage. Now, before we go on, I would like you to give your opinion. So please raise your hand with 2 fingers up when you agree with this statement that there should be more multimedia used in supporting learning and teaching. Thank you. Let's remember that. Let's see what you think at the end of the presentation. So, about the role of multimedia in education. Does anyone have already maybe an opinion about it? Does multimedia have a role in education? Very big one. Supporting role, of course, definitely. But supporting what? Good teaching. Good interaction with students. Of course, so it doesn't replace it, but it supports. Someone said that it has a really important part. What do you mean about it when you said important part? Distant learning, of course, yeah. Yeah, of course. So gaining this flexible access to education, and that's exactly what I'm going to show and talk you about. So just to give a little bit more formal this view on how multimedia and audiovisual materials can be used in education, I'm going to be first of all just showing you some little examples and talking about them. So you as teachers, because I believe that many of you are lecturers, teachers, professors, however your title is. Is it true? Yes? Raise your hand if you are teaching in somewhere. Very good. So I assumed correctly that the people here maybe could attain some knowledge of how we can systematically use audiovisual materials in their education. Example one, definitely assist, like was already brought out. So assist by illustrating something that maybe you can't see. So when you are in New Zealand, for example, it is hard to talk about mooses by showing them in real life. So you can just use or video pictures to show them from Finland, for example, or from Estonia. But maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe there are mooses also in New Zealand. This was the first example that came into my mind. So if you know more concretely, let me know. So condense. What does condense mean for you? Condense knowledge. So just put things together that would maybe take a long time to understand, or then put together knowledge that is hard to gain otherwise. It takes time, usually. That's the main thing. Time is a really valuable thing that we have, and we need to somehow save it. And we can use definitely audiovisual, and also, of course, simulate situations, places, interaction, whatever. Let's see a small example about how you could stimulate, illustrate, and start maybe discussion. We have a sound guy missing at the moment, who would maybe turn the audio on. We also need audio because it is simpler to understand what is going on. That's fun. It is. Well, okay, let it be. I will just explain. You can see at least the text underneath the video, if you can.
It's too cold. When I have to write my maid a check, but I forget her last name.
M'pa ka écrit message et m'a marché en même temps.
Moi t'ai quitté casse-moi en bas.
Moi raï les voisins bloqué internet là.
I hate it when I tell them no pickles and they still give me pickles.
I believe you got the point. This video is really created for a social campaign to make people aware of how important clean water is by basically asking normal people from Africa, in their own environment to tell comments that people have put up in Twitter. In reality, all of these that I hate that I leave my charger downstairs, so I have to go to fetch it, are just comments that people are putting up in Twitter with a, well, of course, we write hashtag. So we are really just expressing it and showing that maybe all of these problems that people are bringing out are not really important. You can see how you can basically start a really deep conversation about culture, about environment, with this kind of small and short video, isn't it? It's just easy to see so many different sides of life through these kind of things. No.
I hate when my phone charges.
Let's just go on. Now, another chance how multimedia definitely helps to to complement education is definitely to use cinematic techniques, to use things that are used in movies, in TV, everywhere, to bring experiences. Usually they are experiences of action, fun, love, whatever. But they can also educate, isn't it? They can show you the world from another angle. You can see, for example, the world itself from a sky. You can see very difficult to understand chemical and physical processes close up. You can model the world in 3 dimensions. Of course, you can speed up or slow down something in real world to really give you an example of how it works. You will see an example that is connected to the current season of flu and something and similar illnesses. Of course, and you can stage, just like movies are made, they are staged. They are maybe playing real life events, but they're still staged, they are reenacted. And this can be also done by teachers to just reenact some kind of situation, maybe even historical event, and then give people the experience of it. Let's see a short example of this kind of approach. So now you know how you look like when you are sneezing. Once again, which kind of maybe techniques this already used? First of all, of course, technical side. Slowing down real life, really simple thing. But you can show a lot more about real life. You also, I suppose you also noticed one thing. You can't sneeze with your eyes open. You see, all people close their eyes, really. But in real life, it just happens so fast that usually it's hard to notice. One really simple fact. It was staged, definitely. I believe so, or maybe they just happened to be in this corner and sneezing at the right time. Who knows? So putting all of these small things together, you can really complement your thematics. Once again, it's supporting, and this is one side that I probably will stay with at the end of a presentation, that multimedia is definitely supporting. Teachers need to complement it with a right emphasis on how to understand it. So, another side, there are altogether four sides of, or four these kind of fields how you can see multimedia in education. So this is the third one. Showing something how to do, manual crafts, how to build a house, how to fix a pipe. These are all things that are being taught in different levels of education, isn't it? Also body movement, dancing, sports, athletics, all this needs to really understand how the human body works. Of course, medicine, how could I forget that? Really important. And sometimes it's much more easier to show these kind of things in a moving and live world than with just illustrated drawings. Reasoning. Why is this important? And in which fields? Sorry? All fields, exactly. How do you just even discuss some kind of knowledge? So, if someone asks you that, are you for the central party or for the left party? How you reason between, for example, or do you think that you should wear mittens or gloves during the winter time? How you reason about it? And audiovisual media is a perfect way of just covering these kind of experiences and then just sharing them, because we all have different ways of reasoning. And of course, language. Showing language being used in its maybe native environment by native speakers, by foreign speakers. So in language teaching, I think audio has been the most powerful thing being used, definitely. And then just bringing visual side of to it just gives you more emotion, definitely. One more example, then.
How to moonwalk.
So, a simple example of how you can just learn something with the help of this kind of, first of all, different angles. Now, what should I maybe emphasize to you is that this was, yes, at the first glance, this was just a video, but when you're now thinking about how this thing was produced, you definitely had to think about how are you going to learn it. Today, we are not going to touch upon creating learning education media, because this takes at least a day, because we just had 2 days ago a 1 day long workshop of how to create education media, and to be honest, 1 day wasn't enough. But definitely you need different angles to see how a person or the craft is being done. Of course, when repetition, you have to see it multiple times to just make sure that it is okay. And really important part, reassurance. But this comes also from the fourth point, where we have already arrived really fast. So you can and definitely should use audio-video materials to nurture the learners themselves, to give them motivation to learn, to show them examples of how others have already succeeded or how you can succeed. Definitely, when you, well, for example, for dancers, when you complete the following moves, you will have the knowledge to dance like this, and you can show it. For example, maybe the moonwalk. Okay, moonwalk is, I think, too easy for professional dancers, but still fun, isn't it? Definitely, the point that was already very well brought out by one of you from here somewhere, that you can alleviate the feeling of being alone for the distant learners. So you can definitely use audiovisual media to show them that you're not learning alone. For example, when you are conducting a course with distant learners, you can record really simple videos, maybe your mobile phone or whatever you can use, of yourself, just encouraging the lecturer, the pupils by saying that I reviewed your works, maybe give some small feedback about every work, and then say that you are really waiting for them to continue because they have been so fun and good already with the work. So because this personalizes your connection with your learners, this makes it much more personal. And today, it is not harder than making a call to record a video. Don't forget it. It takes maybe even less pushes on the buttons to record the video with your phone than to make a call. This is not normal maybe for phones, but our lives have just arrived to this kind of point. And of course, entertainment. Our life needs fun, jokes, entertaining facts about what you're learning maybe also. So to show how you can just find also fun in really maybe depressing topics. In medical science, I'm sure there are tons of illnesses that you can just learn about that are really, really depressing because you would never want to see them. But on the same time, it doesn't hurt to maybe make fun of them sometimes. It is not professionally okay, and this has to be definitely expressed and shown. But you can make your education experience much more fun by acting this way. So just one small example of what I mean.
They applauded us when we were right, corrected us when we were wrong, and helped us when we didn't know the difference. They were tough when they had to be, fun when they wanted to be, fair when they ought to be, and compassionate when they needed to be. Sure, they taught us I before E except after C, A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y, and who, what, where, when, why, and how. But they also taught us that we could do anything, and they believed it. Every good thing in the world, every song, every invention, every accord, every cure, every word exists because at some point, someone wanted to teach, and someone else decided to learn. Here's to the love of learning, and all those who choose to embrace it.
So, at least for me, this is motivating because I see how much fun, love, and motivation is there already in the world, in millions of people, in billions of people already, and especially in children. And this is just one really easy way to express this for me. Okay, let's continue. Or maybe you have questions, comments. Okay, no matter. We can handle all of your dozens or even billions of questions later on. So, okay, we have now talked about multimedia, that we can use it. It is important, it can exemplify, it can motivate, it can bring us experiences that we normally don't have. Now, the first question that I hear is that, okay, but how do I use it? Now, where, when, what should I do with it? I can browse around the internet and find dozens of things that are interesting, but is it right for me or not? It is hard to answer the question that is it right for me, for my situation or not. You have to decide it yourself. And I really believe that this is the answer that you always give to your students also, that we have to decide for themselves also, not just ask others what to do. But we can briefly talk about at least situations in where you can use multimedia and how to do it. Of course, well, should I give my students videos and links to topics that we're going to talk about before the class, or maybe I should show in the classroom? We are just talking about a new topic called frogs. Maybe I will just show a quick video about frogs, or maybe after. So we have talked about already our really interesting topic, and now let's just well, here are some links. Go to home, watch them. I really believe that the first two ones work. The last one is a little bit hard to put into work, because when you have it to be already motivating in the classroom and just bring the people to really be interested into the topic that you're talking about, which means that why should we go into home and watch the videos if they are already interested in the classroom? So there are some hard to understand maybe concepts. Why should I just do it after the classroom? But before and in, definitely. I'm going to be talking to you now briefly about the before classroom thing, and specifically about the flipped classroom model. This is the hype today. You all have heard about it, isn't it? So, who has heard about flipped classroom? Wow, okay. That's much more fun, man. So, is a flipped classroom something like that? So, everything just turned around. What do you think? Is it so? Will we just have chairs and chairs in the ceiling? Almost, but of course we are not really flipping the physical classroom, but we are flipping the way of how we approach the classroom activities. And really briefly, it means that instead of making the classroom experience as a one-sided thing, where you just give a lecture, talk about the topic, you organize your work this way that your learners will familiarize themselves with your subject, with your topic, before the classroom, before meeting in the class. And you're really using you as a teacher, as a lecturer, to synthesize and discuss what people already learned from just their maybe reading, maybe watching videos, definitely. So usually you will see the flipped classroom model being used something like that.
I'm Aaron Sams, and I teach science here at Woodland Park High School. My ultimate goal, I guess, as a teacher is to help students become learners who can learn for themselves and by themselves. One of the problems that I was guilty of even prior to flipping my classroom around was the classroom was centered around me. I told them exactly what to learn, how to learn it, what assignments to do to learn it, and when to learn it, and how to prove to me that they learned it. I don't do that anymore. We changed the place in which content is delivered. Instead of standing in front of a class and delivering, here's how you do this type of problem, here's how this works, I deliver that direct instruction now asynchronously at home through these videos that we make with Camtasia Studio.
Times till whole.
Oh, we didn't do that last time.
The last step, they were already whole numbers. We had 1, 1, and 4. Here we don't have a whole number. So here's a few little tricks when you need to multiply by whole numbers. If one of your numbers ends in 0.5, you're going to multiply by 2.
All right, something 0.5 times it by 2.
Right.
Okay, write this down, guys.
Yes. If something ends in 0.3 or 0.33 or 0.66, you multiply by 3.
And when the kids come to class, they don't show up to learn new stuff. They show up to apply the things that they learned at home and to ask me questions about the things they learned at home. So now they can have my lesson, if you will, what I would normally have stood up and lectured to them in class with some added features. They get that at home. And then what they were expected to do for homework is now what they do in my class. Life is different for me because I no longer am the guy who stands up in the front of the classroom and just yaks at a student for an hour or however long the class is. Now I walk around the class and I help kids. I'm a tutor, I'm a guide, I'm the putter-outer of fires, whatever it happens to be. In my crazy chemistry class, I walk around and do that. I don't stand up front and teach under the kind of the traditional model. I'm Aaron Sams. I'm a teacher, I'm a dad, I'm a husband, and I love Camtasia Studio.
I believe that for many of you who are already experienced teachers, lecturers, this approach is nothing new, really, isn't it? We have just gotten used to it. Yes, I will come to you in a second. We have just gotten used to maybe the standard ways of teaching, that giving lectures. Definitely, I believe that not all of teachers are doing this, but the education system some way has just moved mainly to just giving lectures, and it needs to change. But maybe I could hear your comment.
Yeah, it's a comment, it's a question, it's a very complex intervention. I don't want to interrupt you too long, so.
Go ahead.
But anyway, I didn't know about this term, flipped classroom. I've never heard about that, but I think that my experience as a student, when I was a student myself, was exactly that. We had to go to our classroom having learned already. So we didn't use, of course, this terminology, but this was back home. I'm not from Estonia, I'm from Colombia. As surprised as you could be, when I came here and started teaching, I wanted to apply the same method. And my experience was that students resisted that.
Oh, sorry.
Because the students didn't want to learn beforehand. I've been trying to make my own websites from the year 2000, using front page at that time. And I placed the videos, I placed activities. When I came to face the students and to ask them about that, maybe 1% had even touched the topic. They didn't buy, they didn't want, they didn't care, they didn't have time to prepare. And it was my shock, and it was almost 15 years ago. Now we are talking about flipped classroom like this is a new thing. I really think that in my country it's been used for 50 years maybe.
Exactly.
And here, we have this resistance. I have students telling me in front of my face, please tell us exactly what we have to learn, because we have no time for that. This is not, we don't know what's right and what's wrong. There is no right and wrong. I teach law, by the way, which is not so fun as chemistry, for example, right? So this makes things even more difficult, the topic. But again, as a conclusion is that students, we can be perfect teachers, fantastic, brilliant, but we need good students too that want to learn and that can learn that style as well. They come from schools very spoiled with these traditional methods. Maybe we need more of a match between who learns and who teaches.
This is definitely one of the hard to overcome problems that our learners have already these standard approaches of how school works, how learning works. So students, when we arrive to universities, we are already, you could also say, spoiled. Yes, definitely. Or at least we have their own understanding how to learn. And usually it means that there is someone in front of a classroom saying that what we have to do to get the minimum grade, basically. or what do I need to do? What do I need to learn to pass this course?
I have one student telling me, look, I'm not an expert on computers and I don't want to learn about computers at all. This is a class on law, I don't want to learn about computers. This one student told me, because I was trying to use multimedia, precisely face and interactive environments in general. And I had another student telling me, I invest more time in this instrumental lecture for me, which is 3 credit points, than my most important lecture that is 6 points, credits. And I have no time for this.
Okay.
I tried my best.
Let me just try to give you an answer that how I would approach this. First of all, the philosophy. Yes, our students could be lazy. Let's say this way. This is the honest way of saying this, maybe sometimes at least. But like we already heard from the first session, is that we have a mission in our work, in our life as educators. We need to prepare the students for the world that is changing all the time. We have to be able to really flexibly learn, to overcome new things. So basically, not just learn knowledge, but also skills, which means that the school, in one sense, has to just not only ask them to learn these skills and knowledges, but to force them to use it. And just through the processes of learning using different approaches, using, let's say maybe this flipped classroom, that is just a term used at the moment, but basically it's a long-known approach that into education. But specifically, just we need to force our students, whether they like it or not, to learn differently, to gain different experiences of learning in a school. Yes, we can also be lazy and say that, okay, you don't want to do this actively. Okay, I will do it when the old way. But if you, as a teacher, stay true to your approach, students have to come along. They have to come along with you. And even if it's hard to do at the start, it could even start different kind of maybe top level these discussions that why are you just torturing the students? You have to just stay true to the final understanding that the students need to be able to live and just develop for their whole life, and this is just one part of it. Okay.
I have one comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
As understood, our students are interesting product of our school system. You are talking about skills, 21st century skills, yeah. Not about facts and memorization at the lessons, but have you any ideas how we have to change our school system? Maybe it will be better to teach in universities as well.
Maybe I will pass on this because this is just a too high level question to me at the moment, if it's okay.
Okay.
Because reforming the whole education, I'm not ready for that.
Of course, it's a hard question.
Exactly.
But maybe ideas. Okay.
For a very long time, but 2 students, usually 2 or 3, write me, this is the best class I have had, I have acquired transferable skills that are fantastic, but the rest protest and grade me on the basis of their hard work. And I am getting a venue because of acceptance of students too, and I have a faculty that should support my efforts, but we are all not in the same page. But I understand this is not the topic of this conference.
Yeah, yeah.
I just want to to say that, and one more comment is that this should be also age appropriate, because I really believe in the usefulness of these methodologies, but I believe that we cannot turn into entertainments alone, because we have certain time that we need to teach on basic topics, and it has to accommodate not only the fun, but also the important aspects that require discipline. They have to understand they need to be disciplined to get bored.
Can I stop you now?
Yes.
Thank you, because we are a bit on the clock. I agree with you completely, but one thing that I will add to finalize this current discussion is that it starts from all of us. We are the ones who will start with change. We can't expect others to do it, and if we stay true to our own motivation and work, we will just we can achieve everything. But let's have a little bit different angle also into the current topic that we are still talking about for about 10 minutes. So we will end soon. Happy? Of course you are. Of course, we will have another great presentation after that, so please don't leave. Now, another angle is lecture capture. Lecture capture means exactly how it sounds. Capturing a lecture. It sounds, to be honest, at the start it sounds preposterous. Why should I just capture a real lecture, especially if it's a bad one? But there is a point, really is a point. So it really is capturing what is going on in real classrooms, and then making this flexibly available to our learners. Why? For example, in this way. So basically just through web browser. Just for your information, this is an image from a classroom session that is going on right at the moment. This image is made from about an hour ago, so this is being live streamed. The lecturer is talking about how to grade some specific topic, and people can just attend this. It's all fully automatic. There are just simple technical tools that are doing this. Lecturer just came to the room and began his or her lecture, and this is going on at the moment. So we could even, at the current time, we could even peek what we're doing at the moment, but we're not going to do it. So, but why? Why should we capture good, bad, fun, sad lectures? First of all, life brings us unexpected experiences, events, which means that until the educational system is more focused on this traditional way of just giving lectures, this will not change tomorrow. So that's why I'm talking this, let's say, middle approach, or this in-between approach into education, is that lectures will be there for years, definitely, and students have to attend them, have to know what was told there. Usually they are one-sided. I'm really sorry if I'm just too furious, or saying too much about the lecturers' ways of giving out their knowledge, because I see here some people who are not definitely the traditional lecturers, so sorry for you. But we need access to this, which means that students are not always able to attend the lecture. They get sick, they need to visit their grandpa, maybe, or it's the most beautiful day of this spring. I have to be outside, not in the lecture hall. But I still would want to get the experience, the knowledge. And in the evening, I'm not doing anything anyway. I was planning to look at TV3, the local TV channel, to see an action movie, but well, to be honest, my lecturer is also quite good, so maybe I can look at him. So that's the main point, that students work also, and they really need flexible access to education. Estonian students are not demanding much yet. Expect, when we just at least think about their expectations toward education overall. We just ask for more money, for more these support mechanisms. But definitely, we will see it soon that the Estonian students will also start to ask more high quality teaching, more flexible access, more modern ways of teaching, and this is one of them. So this is what I mean by the education has to be flexible. We have to be flexible towards our students. I can bring you really simple example from UK. In UK, the student fees were raised quite much, and all of the students have to pay a quite high amount for their tuition. This just overnight made the students also to look at what we are paying for and ask for more. So at the moment, US and UK are one of the fastest developing markets where the education system is overall being developed because students are just demanding more. We are paying for it. They are also looking what we're paying for. And they are really just also basically voting with their feet. It is just expression in Estonia that you just choose where you go by what is being offered to you in the service side. So that's why lecture capture could be used. Shortly, who are the users in Estonia? There are altogether 14 different schools, but some of them are colleges of University of Tartu. So, but we still count them separately, who are already using lecture capture to give their students this fully flexible access to the knowledge that they are giving out in their lectures. If you have not experienced this as a student, I encourage you to just have a look. Search for lecture capture Estonia, you will find information about it. I already told you at the start that this is my favorite topic, so I'm also going to give you a little bit more statistics so you can see how big this field already is. In Estonia altogether, there are already about 5,500 plus lectures captured that are available to the students, of course through their own school systems, but open available. But there are only 25 different classrooms all over Estonia equipped with, so you can see how much these kind of things are being used. Almost 300,000 views by students. This is the period for all of this is about 3.5 years, of course, not 1 year. It's a little bit longer period. About 147 hours every week is being of lectures is being recorded, and there are 14 schools using the same, affecting about 50,000+ students altogether. At least potentially. It depends on the lecturers themselves at the end, how much do they integrate this kind of access into their offers to students. So let's recap, and then you can ask 1 or 2 questions more. So we in the Estonian E-Learning Development Center believe that multimedia helps to attract attention and brings our students closer to us and brings also more fun, more understanding into education, because learners are different. All of the people in this room are also different learners, definitely, and we need different angles and approaches to what we're learning. Flipping the classroom is possible, I really believe so. We had a really interesting discussion about it, and I still believe it. It is possible. And education can be flexible, and it has to be to survive. Now, let's see your hands once again. What do you think? Does multimedia have a role and potential to be used in education? Still about the same. It seems that I failed. No matter, you have 2 very interesting, or 1.5 very interesting day yet to come in here to think about what really is helping and affecting you. I thank you very much and give the floor to our next presenter. Or if you have any questions or comments, I would be glad to answer them.
I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions. So, but I ask you to use the microphone.
Thank you. I have a small question that
Go ahead.
if we have century of media at the moment and there's too many media already around us and already around the young students, do you think that if we as teachers go there in our seminars, lectures, classrooms with also more media, so isn't it getting bored already, or is it getting boring? If
depends on how you use it, definitely.
If the media is accessible and findable from YouTube or any kind of internet, so maybe they've already seen that, what you want to show.
Maybe they have, but usually they haven't. That's the fun part, that teachers, well, let's say, as a teacher of history, I am sure that you have sometimes searched for your specific topics from YouTube and found thousands or even millions of interesting clips about different events. But when you ask your students, have they done the same? Have they? They usually still show you, or let's say, you ask them, please show your favorite videos that you have found from YouTube. Are they the same? So the fun part is that when you show your students, your pupils, that this fun place called YouTube also contains interesting and fun learning, they usually discover much more than we previously knew about it. Please don't believe that the students and pupils are more knowledgeable about the information available in the internet than you are. They are not. You still need to guide them, and that's exactly what we as educationers are doing. We are guiding them, and we are just guiding them in their own environment. The same thing. We just take the environment that they're used to and guide them. But of course, it is possible that they will get overwhelmed by the multimedia, the media. So finding the balance is almost, I think, impossible overall. You have to just go case by case. Did it answer somewhat your question? Somewhat. Maybe we can discuss it later on. Sorry. Yes?
Yes, we must treat the multimedia as a source, and we must teach them to be discerning about all sources.
Yeah.
So that this is one of our roles as a teacher, is to teach them to be discerning about using the sources.
Exactly. That's true. That well, one topic that is gaining importance at the moment is understanding the role of media in our everyday lives, and this is exactly what we can at least emphasize to our students, is that how experiences from media, from websites, from videos, from TV, from your mobile phone, and also even papers affect your opinions, views on the overall world. So this is something that I encourage you to have a look on. It's media literacy is the basically buzzword that it is called. So how are you using media, or how is media using you? Thank you.
So thank you once again, Marko. I will ask you to give an applause. And hopefully we can discuss this interesting topic over the coffee table. But before coffee, we have another presentation. It's how to evaluate the effectiveness of mathematical subjects for students in natural sciences. The talk is going to be given by Ella Puman in collaboration over the work done in collaboration with Tiina Grav. She's from the University of Tartu, and although the topic seems a bit long, then as Ella is a colleague of mine, I can say that the idea is that students come from very different backgrounds, and especially mathematical subjects, they're struggling at their first year. So the question is, how do we help them, and most importantly, how do we evaluate them? Because do we evaluate them based on their knowledge or based on their improvement over the first year? So I think Ella is going to give a little insight into it. So please.
Thank you. You talk all. I talk about course which range elementary mathematics, which course is mentioned for students natural sciences, and this course is based in mathematics gained in gymnasium. And this is a small course, but the problem is such that the students have very, very different skills in mathematics. Some of them knows mathematics very well, some afraid mathematics, some means that it's boring and useless subject. It's an overview of this course, and in this program such topics which are in gymnasium mathematics, and earlier there are no such topics which are in following courses like higher mathematics, algebraic geometry, and we this year make just a pretest. This pretest are made with exercises which not contains only formulas, but it's controls how the student can think mathematically. And we comparing the test results at the beginning and at the end of the course, and analyzing the results with following courses such as higher mathematics, and we ask students to feedback what topics they need more and what topics they need less. The pre-test and final examination in same math level, because we want the students get the level to pass following courses. And students can find creative solutions, and almost didn't know almost no formulas, but little bit formulas he does know. Here results of last year and this year. Last year the test was a little bit different. There was much more exercises with formulas. But the results are quite close. My opinion is that this year was test a little bit harder because individual thinking was needed. Last year there are many exercises where this student don't need. Here 40% of the students who do the test, they get less than 50%. And more than 70%, more than 20% of students. We compared different exercise types to be examined how these students who need the help with math do same kind of exercises after the course. In this year we made the course more intensive. The course lasts 8 weeks, but the higher mathematics and the other first physics class where students need these skills are teaching at the same time. And here is the results. Here pies. Different pies means the first pie means the pre-test results of all students. Some of them had 75% of test and they were free of lectures. And the second pie shows us the results of these 21 students who didn't pass the test. The results was less than 70%. And the last pie shows the results at the end of the course, where the teaching was done and the result. The red color means that students solve nothing or until 20% of the exercise. Blue color means student something new, something not new, 20 till 90%. And the green one means that a student knows this exercise and it's clear now. In such kind of pies are several different exercises. And we see if in pre-test 38% of students don't be able to solves a vectors equation. At the end, this person was only 10. The second exercise was text exercise. No, but there are formulas and the subject is sequences. Integrals is a topic what is not in our course earlier, but students' feedback shows that students need most derivatives and integrals because following courses needed them to be knows this kind of exercise as well. And results show that derivatives are mostly derivative exercises are mostly solved, and integrals also. Only as a percentage exercises go worse after the pass the course. No, maybe it's this kind of exercise does enough attention in the course. Text exercises where students must be make themselves a system of equation goes better. Only 7% students can't this exercise at the end of course. Such an average result is good. At the end of course, the average result is 78%. Next, we can analyze how these students passes the following courses, like higher mathematics, mathematical physics, and we can't get now the results of exams because exam is in higher mathematics exam is today, and it is work for future. And we think that if we can compare the results, we can say that the teaching was effective. We compare with higher mathematics results, only test results. This test is quite similar exercises, and HM are results. Some of the students who do the pre-test didn't attend to elementary mathematics course, and we see at the results that their results are a little bit lower than students who attend elementary mathematics. These students who get the good result in pre-test, get the good results in higher mathematics too. And we ask at the end of course feedback of students, and some feedback what the students gave. The first feedback was that the students can't get anything new for the course. The second says that they want only derivatives and integrals, that they see that it's useful. And so on. But with the selection of the following courses, we made that conclusion that it's good when students can't get nothing new. It means that he has basic knowledges at math. And in future we wrote as themes. We must add individual work and maybe group work, and we ask students feedback, what they need mostly. And our experience says that if we give good examples for the exercises, how or where the exercise is really worked, where the student has really this kind of exercise to solve, this helps to motivate students. And how we made this course attractive. So this course is optional, which means that after the pre-test, it is no need students to take this course. He had only the final percent of his work, and some students who has had good results are free from lectures. They can came to the lecture only this lecture which he thinks that he maybe need. And for showing positive results from last year, this work what we have done and do in the future, maybe a little bit more helps to understand students that the basic skills which they didn't get in gymnasium, they must get now, or they maybe not pass the following courses. Thank you.
So thank you. We have now time for questions. For me, it was very interesting, special that the students themselves thought that they didn't learn anything new, although the results showed clearly that the results of their performance improved. But now, do you have any questions? Well,
thank you for the presentation, first of all. I just wanted to ask that, have you ever thought about maybe trying approach of gamification, so making this learning more like a challenging game for the students themselves? Have you looked on these kind of approaches all over the world? Because this is quite a new trend in especially teaching mathematics and other these not so loved subjects.
Yes, we use different skills. That we first of all we put some materials in model, and in classroom we there are much games to do, but we communicate with students, ask them to the blackboard and communicate in lectures too. But nothing new.
Yeah, but I also picked up on the idea that although the topic may be familiar to the students, we can still teach them the topic, but with new methods, and also look at other aspects of learning than the topic. But do you have more questions, comments? If not, then let's thank the presenter. And now it's time for a coffee break. So thank you. The coffee break. The next workshop is given by Anto Peil and Anneliis Poll. They're from the Estonian Academy of Music and Arts, and this workshop is about creativity. So we are teaching our students knowledge, teaching skills, but I think what we're lacking is creativity. Of course, in the performing arts, the creativity is very important, but I hope that we all can pick up something from here. But the presenters are asking, please take the chairs that have been put here. And if you're reluctant to join in, then please come closer, because they are not going to use the microphone. So I think from back there, you're not going to hear too much. So, but now I'm going to give the word to you.
Hello, welcome from our side. So really please come more closer. This is the meaning that we get one. Please come closer. So, I just ask, are you all eager to participate actively? Good. Don't worry at all what will happen. So, we can start. While our workshop is quite short, and to explain some creativity in 1 hour is quite difficult. But we will show some little things about what we do in our lessons. If you want to know more, here is our book in English and in Estonian, where you get much more information. You can order. We don't have any copies. Or CD you can have from here. What we will do now, we will develop your attention that you can control what you are doing. This is the main. You need to be confident about what you are doing. This is very basic for the starting to do something different what you usually do. So, and all others, what we add to this are just your imagination. Okay, first Annelies will warm you up, and then we will choose from here something.
So, hello. My name is Annelies, and I say hello. And now we try to do something by using your very specific instrument, voice, your hands. So I know. Don't worry about this. I just give some idea, and you try to do it. What we can do with voice? Of course, we can use voice by singing, by speaking, by sounding. So, an elements of this game are sounds, sound effects, syllables. Now we try to learn something together and to do something together. Maybe we are improvising. So, first sound is the whisper sound like, and my sign is this. If my hands give this element, then it means please make whisper sound by using. So use please. Nice. Let's do it. Yes. Continue please, yeah. Now try to understand what my hands are doing and just imitate by using the same sound, okay? Nice. So, what's important is use your body correctly. It means please sit correctly. Yeah. Feel your body. So, and do it really so that I can hear this sound. Yes. Nice enough. So, nice. You know this one sign, please remember, because after learning, we start to do something together. So next sign is this kind of. It means please chatting or speaking something by using syllables or imitate speaking. So, how you can do it better? Please put different sounds together. For example, consonant plus vowel or vowel plus consonant. So it's so, pa, te, ki, gu, do, fa, and so on, so on. Just construct really different combinations of sounds. Yeah. Try once more, please, and do it by yourself. Don't worry about your neighbors. So, please, yeah. So, now try to understand again movement of my hands. So, we are using same speech voice with this characteristic, but now try to understand movement. It's a okay, try to understand this, yeah. For example, we are using just one sound. Please give me. Yeah, once more, please. So, and now find some note, what is comfortable for you, and just keep it. Sing by using just your own note. Okay. So then we can hear a really nice cluster. Yeah, combination of different notes. So I start now to conduct. So I am conductor, and if I do so, then please sing your own sound. Okay? Yeah. Nice. And keep it. Once more, please. Ah, it was really great. Yeah. So you can change. So now please go from to ah. If I do so, I open my mouth, then you do same, and just you change your language sound, okay? So, but we start with Yes. And more. Nice. Once more, please. Now change again. Note. Find new. Fantastic. So, and now we try to sing like choir. Yeah. You can say it's a choral singing. And you can use now just one syllable, ba, but please change every time notes. It's ba, 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 ba. You can use what you want. Of course, you have different notes. Don't worry about this. Okay? And when my hands are stopping, it means please keep this note where you are at the moment. Okay? So, please, by using ba. Yes, sing. Keep. Breathe. Yeah. Don't worry, you can sing what you want. Really, yeah. You haven't said that right or wrong notes. All notes match. Don't worry about this, yeah? Just do it really clearly. This is important, yeah? I want to sing ba, ba. So this is my notes, okay? But you have difference, okay? Try once more, please. Yeah. Ba, ba, ba. Nice. So, and now maybe we try to make one piece by using these three elements, yeah? Whisper two, yeah? Do you remember this? Nice. So, then... And now real singing, yeah? Baba. We start conducting. Okay, we have just three different sciences, yeah? Try to remember this and react to this. Of course, I do something together with you, don't worry about this, but you have to react, okay? And put your idea together with my idea. So maybe we divide this group for two choir. So, maybe from here, okay? So, oh. This here too. And maybe you can be together with us? Or where is better? Maybe here. So, then you can be together. We have two choirs. This hands for left choir, this hand for you. Sometimes we are making together something, but sometimes we do it separately, okay? So, then just react. Are you ready to make one piece together with me? Yeah, so you remember? all these three scientists? Okay, so. It means continue. Your voice, but Anto gives something
Yes, now it's maybe coming more personal things, some instrument. We don't have so many instruments as you have here, so, but I encourage that keep one for me. Just, I will, this is not my professional instrument, but I am not singer. So, about this learning what now was happening. I just was in Helsinki Art University. This is Sibelius Academy Theatre Schools and Art School together. And I made a course in doctor school where was the doctor student and professor from all three universities, and the topic was improvisation. And they all recognized that when professional do with non-professional, so it's happened very fast learning. So this we hope today that you can get also some kind of experience. Maybe not so high level skills, but some experience is very important. So what for you react is colors. Every sound has some colors, and this is very important. So now please choose some instrument who are more encouraged. See peaks olema millegagi koos. Jah, nii. Kindlasti on. Kuigi see peaks nagu ära vahetama vist. Jah, aga see on vist sellega parem. Jah. Miks ei saa? Nii, kas kellelgi on pulk puudu? Üks on üle. Siin peaks nüüd ka olema pulk, et see oli nagu õige. Äkki saate jagada. Okei. Selle jäsku saab sellega. So.
Mul on kaks pulka üle.
Sellepärast oli jama. Okay. So you haven't known. And is there some person who has only sticks? No? Do you want this? Something with nails or you have the ring? Okay. So, okay, please now a little bit attention. So the aim is, I made two exercises only. First is how to make all together in one rhythm, and you listen what sound you produce, and please repeat many times the same sounds and then change. So the repeating will help your attention to fix what you are and a little bit listen what the fellow players are doing. Okay? And I also support with such a very slow tempo. So, but let's start with some order. Let's start with this, like a single, adding step by step all of you. Okay? Please remember, repeating helps your attention to follow your thinking line. Without this, maybe you just act physically before your imagination is. So the aim is that your thinking and action should be in the same time at least. If your action go before, then you afterwards cannot add the tension there during your ideas. Therefore, use repeating, this helps you. And rest is also helping you. Okay? So, this was easy to be in one tempo. Okay? Let's now try that there is more democratic, that everybody play in different tempo. So, this is in our culture a little bit strange, but in Asia, in Africa, this is very common, that everybody plays in different rhythm. So what's the thinking technique is? Try to control that every sounds have different lengths. Just keep your attention on the end of notes. So the short notes stay like they are, short, but only control that the longer notes are different. So this is the thinking technique to manage with this kind of action. It was very ancient in the Asia, but we in Europe are more such a, we expect more like a dictatorship, so that there's not democratic in music in our. So let's start the same, one by one, okay? Okay, so please remember, this is this side. Afterwards, we will put together the singing and playing so that you can either this is this side, but the tempo is ordinary, like a tempo side. So one little variant of more from this side. Really keep that all notes should be different. No common pulse. That every sound should be different. The pulse is like a normal. Now, I hope you have heard what the dynamics mean, that every sound that you produce should have some special color. The dynamic is based for the color, so have some special meaning for the sound, either piano or forte fortissimo. So, and let's try to put this together. Please, the sounds can be very rare, not so that you all the time play some, and then listen how your sound spread in the, and then some small thing. If you concentrate to this, it can come out. Okay? Let's start the same way now in this from this end. Did you understand? Okay? Okay, please, once more. Before you act, try to have some imagination, what you do. This gives to your sound some meaning. Yeah, some you must feel inside what you want to express, okay? Okay? And you can add that you can try in this sign your instrument in any different ways, what you never thought that, whatever combination of modes. So just really discover what sounds it can be interesting. So, and I will then give you signs that this is this kind of action that everybody have independent little bit, but listen very well what you're doing, and then in some moment we take some tempo. Okay? Okay? So you have so many people that this seems very strange. But if you look some videos from YouTube, from Chinese-speaking opera, so the music is this kind, and contemporary music is also this kind. But I suggest, please be very conscious about your sound, what you produce. This is only justifying things, and this make the tension and connect the sounds. Okay, let's try now together with the voices.
Now maybe try to be in contact with two instruments, your voice and most complete instrument that you have. So you can be, or you can make like a dialogue, for example, yeah? You can imitate or to be in dialogue, for example, yeah?
And
you all can be so.
I think we should divide some groups, but not now. It should be like more creative dividing.
Okay.
Who will sing, who will just show some color of some instrument, okay? And in some places we are only do ourselves, okay? Let's try.
Let's try it. Do you remember this sounds? Yeah? So then we are using our voice and these instruments, okay? So it's your purpose?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's like, and your too, it's everywhere. So.
Okay.
22 is the one.
Anneli. For you too. This was just first try. What you will get is that every sound matches together with every other sound. It's only depend from your attention to adapt all sounds together. So this is thinking speed. And of course it takes a lot of time. So I guess it will be much more easy when you have maybe only 4 or 5 people, but while you was over 20 people, so it was not possible that you can hear every sound. For us, it's no problem anymore. But this is like our attention ability to put the information together. The other phenomenon is this, that in music language or in sound world, the people can communicate with in bigger groups. More than 10 people can play instruments, and it's still communicating. I mean, not in playing in the conventional ensembles, but improvising together, that everybody play their own ideas. But this is not possible when we talk. Then it's only one talking and other listening. And if you know that both music making and talking is origin from the same brain area, so then again rise the question, what is the talking? I guess the music making was first, and then come the language. So there is many research about this, probably know this, but this is very interesting things what's now happening in Europe and US, that the improvisation or such a creative approach come again back to the music education in higher level, what was totally missing in the 20th century most time. This was very natural in the 18th century and before that, and this was really basic music making when the history started. But we are just 2 impro activists who make concerts mainly and make courses in different schools. So that was really a special occasion for us. And Annelies, have you something to say?
Final sound, please. But now sing, and then if you sing, put some colors together with your singing. Okay? So, final sound. Yeah. So, thank you very much.
And of course you can get more professional information about the teaching methods in these books, and there is some CDs too, if you like. Thank you. Very rare, yes, but it happens sometimes. Mostly, of course, in universities and music academies. 500 euros. Palun mitte maha pillata. Alles osteti. Ei tea. Mitä se teet sanoa? Okei.
So, thank you for this workshop, but before we let you go, maybe you have questions or commentary, and we have time for you to ask. It seems not. Then we have a little bit of time for our next presentation, and we're going to reorganize the auditorium for that. Improving learning results in cooperation with the system vendor.
Seda saab ainult tellida internetist. No plaat on nagu meie professionaalne esitus, aga siin on plaat nagu harjutustega. Aitäh! Et see on nagu meie kunst. No ei tea, mis loenguga tegemist on, see on ise küsimus. Et see on nagu uus muusika. 10 üle pandi katsa.
The next presentation is going to be given by Pasi Virtanen and Jussi Müllerniemi, and the topic is improving learning results in cooperation with the systems vendor. And as I understand, this talk is a case study of a business course that uses a software. That's not something that's very unusual. But what makes this case interesting, that the system is, or this course is in cooperation with the vendor of this system, and how the university students and the vendor can benefit from such a cooperation. So please.
Thank you, Taavi, and welcome and good afternoon for our side as well. My colleague, Jussi Müllerniemi, he's the strong silent type, and I'm the chatty person who is taking lead here.
All right.
Right. As Taavi mentioned, we'll be covering our paper, which is indeed a case study about how we did cooperate with a systems vendor on our university course. But before we go into that, let me just quite briefly illuminate how we at our department see the actual business environment and how we sort of observe the happenings and proceedings that are going on in the business life. Firstly, the actual broad reddish environment is based more or less on the premises that we need to have something that value is created by using knowledge somehow. And having said that, there are two angles from which we actually are able to get ourselves closer to the phenomenon in the center of the picture. And the two angles are managerial practices on the other hand side and information and communications technology on the other hand side. And actually below here you see the knowledge-based view, which is sort of the theoretical basis for our operations, and the lighter ovals in the center are covering decision support, organizations, networks, and in the middle of all this are the human actions that really are the interest of our proceedings in the department, more or less.
Yep.
Right. And then moving on, whys and hows. So basically, why have we done something like we did, meaning the cooperation itself, but also why we are here today. The case as such is rather new approach to university teaching. and tuition, and we saw that in the modern business life, the enterprises, they really need persons who have both the practical skills but also the theoretical skills to base whatever the practical skills are used for. And as we are writing on the slide here, the actual theoretical know-how, let me start over. The actual practical skills that the graduates might or might not have are very much sought after by the businesses and enterprises that are hiring our graduates then later on. But this, I'm sorry to say, is not particularly the goal what the university is striving for. So basically we are not there to give the practical skills to our students. However, having said that, the theoretical know-how as such is not enough for our students to be very successful and in their later careers. Or what do you think, Jussi?
Yes, I agree. And this is also something that students want us to teach. So I think they are quite motivated.
Right. We have had such course in our curriculum something like 5 years' time now. And during that and also before that, obviously, we did conduct several studies to our graduates, to our alumni, to our students, but also to our partnering organizations, which means basically business enterprises, that what are the features that all these stakeholders see that could be relevant and necessary for their future. And basically all sides said that business intelligence, BI, on the slide, are skills that are needed for the business enterprises to succeed, but also our graduates to succeed later on in their working life. During these 5 years, the experiences are practically all positive. Yeah. So that means that the students, they like this course. They really appreciate that a university has a course where they actually learn something that is practical. They really learn how to use a certain system for a certain purpose, which obviously is also a definition for a computer system. And they actually do come to ask whether this course is going to be arranged this year, when it's starting, by whom, and in which rooms and stuff like that. They really want to know the details after the course. As to our partner, mentioned or named here partner, which is basically a vendor, they get their name known among the students, obviously, who are basically the future decision makers. And they get also promotion for the field itself, which obviously is also in their interests. And us, the university, we get also a more name that we have such a course in our curriculum. We have good relationships to our environment, which means basically the business life around us. And also that we care for our students. We ask them what they would like to study. We also provide them such courses then later on.
Mm-hmm. And while we are here, we want to report our experiments, what we learned about this course, and we also want to discuss in the end what is the role of university in this kind of environment.
Exactly. Yep. And also, sorry.
Yep, please.
And also how the university actually may relate and, for the lack of a better word, exploit the know-how that the companies around us have in the society. Right. Could you present the course?
Yeah, please. So we have this one course called Business Intelligence Methods and Tools. We have three business intelligence courses in our university or in our department. This is practice-oriented. We are learning students are learning to use a Cognos reporting system, and this is quite intensive course, 9 weeks, 6 hours per week, and well, pass, fail. There's no exam or anything like that. But what we want is 75% attendance of students. There are about 25 students, and they are, well, 3rd or 4th year students, something like that.
Yeah, or older.
Yeah.
And the prerequisites cover areas such as Jussi mentioned, the basics in business intelligence. So basically the students have already a picture in their minds of what business intelligence really is. So they have the, as mentioned, theoretical ground laid for them. And later on this course, they really need to exploit all their knowledge about the field. But this time it's really hands-on course, as mentioned before, and thus it also gets grounded why the students have to be 4th year students or older, or sometimes even 3rd year students. So they really have to have already some kind of view of the world, how the things are getting done in business enterprises. This slide sort of gives you a short and brief picture of what business intelligence, as we see it, is.
Yes, it's about supporting decision makers, giving them right information or knowledge in the right time. So it's about processing data to knowledge. And this is a process model. It starts from information needs. There's always has to be some kind of need. Decision makers, they have some kind of need. They need information or knowledge to solve some kind of problem. And data sources, there are of course operational databases, but also personnel, environment, plenty of data sources.
So basically it covers all the ends, whether it's just a person like Taavi here, us, operational system we use, newspapers, and all these are regarded as data sources in business intelligence.
Yes, and then you somehow collect the information or data and process it to higher level, for example, for knowledge or something like that. And there are plenty of analytical tools which you can use to process this information, and this Cognos is one of those.
Seen on the right-hand side, the lower quarter in the slide.
Yes.
But also the Cognos system, what we used, covers the presentation layer from which the actual use of the system gets to the organization itself.
Yes, but you have to know how this whole process works if you want to use this Cognos system right.
Yeah, and also worth noting is that there are numerous places that we will not be covering on this particular course. So like data sources, as mentioned, are quite multifold, so there are various sources from which data is actually gotten into the system, and the white arrow from left to right on the lower half of the picture, data extraction, transformation, data processing and storage, these are things that obviously are beneath the actual reporting system, and they will be covered to some end, but not as a whole. We will be, and we were, concentrating more on the square on the right-hand side where the analysis and presentation are mentioned. And later on also some parts of the big use or utilization square on the upper right-hand side is covered on the course, but that is more or less just to top the cake off. Right. These are the actual contents and learning outcomes that we expect for the particular course and for the students, what they are expected to know when they have finished the course.
Yes.
And basically, we expect the students to understand quite a bit about the practical side of business intelligence. They should have a picture in their minds before the actual class of what business intelligence is about. But after this course, the students are expected to understand what a business intelligence system does and how it comprises.
And the business intelligence system is, could you put the last previous slide? This is kind of business intelligence system. So the students, they have to know how this Cognos reporting system, how it's connected to this whole picture.
Exactly. And also, the third bullet from the upper hand, or upper half of this slide, which shows that the students are also expected to know something about a usage of such system. So basically, the basic functions are expected to be learned during the course. Obviously, as you will see from our last slide, that leaves quite a bit open questions also. How should we grade such know-how? And how should we grade, or how could we assess their learned things from this course? Because obviously we cannot train any main users of the system during this short period of time. The actual partner, the vendor who we are working with, they have courses for their end customers covering only parts of this particular course, which takes approximately the same time than this course as a whole. And thus it gives us only a glimpse of the system and to the system, not as a whole. So basically we just have to rely on the fact that the students understand the basics, but also a bit of the usage of the system itself.
Yes. Okay. Let's go.
The main areas, did we cover them? No, we didn't.
Well, maybe we are running out of time, so...
Well, shortly put, the main areas of the system are obviously, as mentioned before, the analysis. So what is the data we are having? What are the dashboards, basically the views onto the data? And what does it look like? What are the measures we are covering? What are the basically information needs and knowledge needs of the decision maker? And based on these, the standard reporting that the system produces almost by itself. But also to plan ahead. So basically, again, showing us what can we do, what should we do in order to make our operation even better. Right.
Yes. Based on the studies Pasi mentioned earlier, we recognize that there is a gap in our teaching. We don't use this kind of Cognos reporting system. We don't use it every day. Maybe we don't know how to use it, and we have no money to use it or own that kind of system. So that's why we have this kind of vendor with us.
Right, and we did have some cooperation with some vendors before. So we basically had already a picture in our minds that how such a cooperation could work. So basically the need was there for the system, which we obviously as a university, being from public sector, couldn't buy. And even though if we could have bought it, we didn't know how to use it. We have our other duties. It's not our primary duty to use such a system. So basically our own knowledge is also just scratching the surface of the practical side of the system, how a particular system is and should going to be used.
Yes, and there are a few points how we did this course, but maybe the last one is quite interesting. There's no extra funding. The vendor, there was 2 consultants, 6 hours per week, and this whole system, the teaching material, so you could only imagine how expensive this course is for them. But for us, it's free, so.
Yeah, so basically the fourth bullet there, the vendor brought the system to us, and their vendor, obviously they have also their business partners, provided with the study materials, books, the assignments. And the vendor, first-hand vendor, if for the lack of a better word, that we dealt with, they, as Jussi mentioned, provided us with 2 consultants, not always the same 2. And then at least one of us was there, just to maintain the level of teaching, trying to bind the actual things that the consultants taught the students to the actual theoretical framework that was at hand. And as mentioned in the third bullet here, the actual course was planned in cooperation with the vendor. So basically we had our theoretical framework which was going to be filled, but then later on the vendor brought their practical side also to the training, so what could be realized in this given time frame, in this given amount of work that should be invested in the whole. Yeah. And obviously a small detail there, actually the technicalities as mentioned in the fifth bullet, the environment in which the actual course took place takes a bit planning with the data admin of the university, but it actually did go quite well, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's true.
Right, and the actual results.
Yes, students confirmed the objectives, so they did learn to use the system, and they know how it is related to this business intelligence environment or this business intelligence process. Co-op, this vendor, they were happy. They promote themselves, and they had a chance to teach maybe future workers, and we are also happy because we saw how these students deepening their knowledge of this field.
And actually we also witnessed that the students, they realized some of the things that we taught them on a theoretical level before, that this means, like the data extracted from the various sources are brought together in a certain report, which is then perhaps used by the decision maker in order to make decisions concerning these business areas from which the data was actually gathered. So they actually saw the connection between those data sources and the decision made later on as the data has flown through the actual system. Yeah. One more thing actually is that the students actually said that such a course is quite welcomed in the university's theoretical environment, but it obviously also isn't the whole picture. So basically they also acknowledged that the need for the theoretical groundwork has to be there. And the actual vendor, I think they did recruit, at least from the previous courses, personnel to them, and also it gives thus the students actual possibilities to get employed later on in life. Also one particular feature worth mentioning is that on the previous courses there was possibility to do a certificate on this particular system. However, that is not the case on this course, because the vendor side said that that's also not something that it's absolutely necessary for the students to have when they are applying for the job. It is quite sufficient when they can show that they have taken part in such course, they have passed the training. So in that sense, the certificate is not compulsory for any of the things they might have in mind for the later time. Yes. And obviously also the last bullet here, the university strengthens its relationship to the surrounding society through such endeavor together, initiative. We have a talking relationship to this particular vendor, but also the peers that are there. So we have used multiple vendors, we have scouted them before, and just then, almost by chance, ended up with this one that was with this realization.
Yes.
Good.
Okay. Although we said that they had the students have a great picture, they know how this system is connected to this business intelligence process. There were some problems during this course. Sometimes students felt a bit lost of sea. They lost the connection between this system and real life. But I think finally we managed to tell them what is all about.
Yeah. So basically that is what the teachers must be there for. So the consultants, they are quite a bit concentrated on one particular feature of the system itself. And then we were there to point out that this particular feature is in connection with these greater entities that are business life as such.
Yes, there is. It is advisable to have a teacher along. I think there must be a teacher during the lectures.
Yeah.
But,
so these are some of the greater questions and notions that we picked up. The main question actually still remains the lowest one there. How could we assess? How could we be sure that the students really do learn? Because obviously most of the courses in our university, as probably in all universities, have grades from the courses. Now we have this, as Jussi mentioned, pass or fail. Could it be improved? Are there ways how we could measure their learning in this kind of initiative? Because as mentioned, we have no ways of training pro users out of the students. But what is enough, what is sufficient, and what is then not? But other than that, I think our time is up.
Yes.
Thank you for your attention. Now, if there are any comments or questions, we'd be happy to answer all.
Yes, so we have time, I think, for 2 questions. No?
Thanks for the good presentation, guys. Have you done any work on maybe doing self-assessment thingies with the students that they would have to assess themselves after the course?
I think we did last year something along those lines, but that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, Tommy,
We'll
for
definitely take up on that one. Thank you.
Okay, and a bit harder one also. You said it's like a win-win-win situation. The company, university, students, they all benefit. Are there any losers in this picture?
Other departments maybe.
Yeah, and also other vendors. It's a fine line. Which vendor should one choose, or could one choose? And if we choose your company, what do yours think? Why weren't they chosen? And obviously, my own opinion on that is that, okay, you can do it next year. You do it this year, the other one does it next year. But that obviously doesn't help for the immediate situation on this year. So basically that is, I think, something that might be. Also, one feature is that we can only take so many students. Our computer class has, I seem to remember, 29 machines, the biggest one. So we actually do not need for our classes bigger computer classes. So that's the highest number of students we can have at one particular time on the course. So that is also something that we have had to limit the number of students attending one course. And obviously, students not accepted to the course are the losers in this case. And we have done this elimination by their credits earned so far, their prerequisites, whether they have done all the courses necessary for this particular course, and things like this. So basically, we have had no complaints concerning that, but I see that that could be a thing to criticize.
Okay. So are there...
Was there one question?
Any more questions? Yeah.
Thank you for presentation. Question, is business intelligence course somehow integrated with other courses about entrepreneurship or something else? Or is it standalone? Is it standalone?
Please. That's a very good question, and also a very good thought that it should be. However, in the meantime, it's not combined to other courses so far. So basically, we have this building on top of one another, so the prerequisites are obviously connected to this. But so horizontally, no, sorry to say. But obviously, there is still work to be done.
Okay. I have another question. You mentioned that the course has been run 5 years,
yep.
right? So you should have already alumni who is using this, those skills. Is this alumni somehow exceptional or good?
Yes, they are. No, I mean, now, for example, we discussed whether we should bring this up or not, but at least 2 of these consultants that were actually cooperating within this course were exactly alumni from previous courses. So they got hired by this particular vendor. We have had, I think, 3 different systems on this particular course, and as mentioned, these 2 were there. I think one was like 2 years ago and the other one 3 years ago.
Something like that.
So in that sense, I'd say that they actually are indeed exceptional. However, obviously I have to say that all our students are exceptional and stuff like that. So, but yeah, well, hard to define actually.
So thank you. In any case, I think it's a very interesting case study, and I personally look forward how you do learning from your experience, because I do see that all parts of this cooperation do benefit from it very much. So thank you very much. I would ask you to join me on a pause, and then we can go to a coffee break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the next plenary? I did not hear that. So, and before we get to the very exciting presentations we have in the evening, I would like to speak about a little bit arrangements of this evening's event and tomorrow morning. So, as you know, we have to move from this building to another location for the dinner event. And there are 2 options. You have maps here, and you can walk. It's, I guess, 10 minutes walk, not too far. Or there will be 3 buses, or actually 1 bus making 3 rounds at 1840, 1850, and 19 hours. So everybody who is disabled or something else wrong with him or her, you are most welcome to take the buses. Sorry about that. So the other piece of information is that those who have poster presentations tomorrow, please set up your posters in the morning. Don't wait until the session begins, if possible. But now, the excitement is growing, and do you know, okay, I don't get too serious yet, but I want to tell you about T-Fink, that he has never, ever won a snail race. And James Krocha, he hasn't done that either, so, but he likes to eat snails. So, the next piece of important information that you have to know in order to put this text into a context is that after graduation from the college, T-Fink joined Peace Corps and spent 2 years in Iran teaching. And after that, he liked this area so much that he and his friends bought a car and thought about a little travel around the Asia and Africa, and eventually it turned out to be 12 months of road trip in a Land Rover, which still sits in a farm in Colorado. And is a historic landmarks there, and you are almost welcome to go and see where the history was born. So, T-Fink is an old friend of James Krocha, and he told me many, many, many stories about James. So, for example, okay, I can't say that, I'm not so, okay. But did you know that the only way James Krocha could ever get to a college was with a sports scholarship in soccer, football. So actually, James was so great athlete to go to the college with a scholarship on sports. So it's a good beginning for us, everybody. Okay, but now, I skip this story also, sorry. I thought I will dare to say that, but no. Do you know what is the biggest network of educational developers in the world? It is a WAD network of the United States with more than 2,000 members, the biggest educational developers network in the world. And in front of you, you see sitting 2 former presidents of that network. So as today, when T-Fink starts and James Krocha will follow, that was exactly the order how they had the presidency at the WAD network. And now, when we move a little bit more serious side, then please, T, get started.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for the invitation to come and visit with this group and to share some thoughts about this topic, which is one, as you will see in a few minutes, I can get very passionate about. That is, I believe it's possible to do much better with the teaching and much better with the learning than most places do now. So I'm anxious to talk about how do we promote better teaching and better learning, not just in one teacher's class, but throughout the whole university. And it seems to me that this passion of mine fits in exactly well with this university, or with this conference, because what I see in this conference are 2 central questions, as focused in the name of the conference. First of all, higher level learning. I think one of the questions at the conference must be, what do we mean by, or what might we mean by higher level learning? That's one question. Then the next one is, whatever that is, how do we promote more of it throughout the whole university? So my presentation is going to share with you my answers to those 2 questions, to share with you. Now, first I'm going to start with a triangle that I put together a few years ago, and I'm going to speak off of that triangle in a sense. When I talk about a university being learning-centered, this is what I mean, that when they try to be that, the first thing they have to decide is what kind of learning do we want to promote at this university, throughout the whole university, regardless of your major, okay? And that learning will happen through certain kinds of learning experiences. Once the university decides that, then they have to create an educational program, because the educational program will create the kinds of experiences that the students will have. And for me, an educational program consists of the curriculum, the sets of courses and activities that students will have, and the teaching of courses and units within that curriculum. But the educational program is put together by people, and all the people involved in the university need the capabilities and the motivation and the tools and the skills to do their part. Now that's basically everybody in the university, teachers, students, staff, and administrators, but the two key groups are the teachers. They create the curriculum, teach the courses, and the students, they're the ones who do the learning. Below that is the organization and the culture of the campus. Those have to be done in a certain way in order to enable the people to develop the capabilities they need to create the program, to create the learning. Now, that looks fairly simple, and we might assume that that describes all universities. We have some learning, we have programs, we have people, so forth, so forth. My perception, not so. I think most universities are not learning-centered. That is, the top piece of that triangle is missing. Not because there's no learning going on, but what I mean by that, the university has not developed a clear sense or a clear statement of the kind of learning they want to promote. Now notice what happens when you take that piece away. The university still operates in a very recognizable way, but notice how it changes the other three levels below it. I think the university, if it's not learning-centered, becomes course-centered. When it becomes course-centered, this is what you see at the other levels. The programs, a lot of attention, not to the learning, but to the major, the general education programs, things like this. What kind of courses will we offer in our program? How much credit do they count? The people, when we look at the faculty, we don't look at their ability to promote learning. What do we look at? Do they have the knowledge necessary to fulfill these positions and to do the research and to teach certain courses? It's the knowledge qualifications, not the teaching skills. For the students, do we look at their learning capabilities? No, we look at their grade point average, the grades they've earned in their courses, the retention rate. Do they come back to take more courses? When we get down to the university level, we have curriculum committees who do what? Decide on what courses count for the program. We have evaluation programs that do what? Develop questionnaires from courses, okay? So it all becomes about courses, which I think is, for me, is the wrong focus. Not where we want to be, which is on high quality learning. Now, if we change that and we try to put the learning back in there and get more focus on the learning, what happens? How do we do that? Well, this is where I would bring this back to this conference. I think the first question, what do we mean by higher level learning, is an effort to give some focus and some possible answers to that top part of this triangle. The second question I mentioned, how do we get more of that, is the rest of that triangle. So let me unpack those two parts of this triangle and share a couple pieces of ideas with you. I've got kind of three major points I'm going to go through here. First of all, what might we mean by higher level learning? Now, one of the neat things that is happening as I look around the world right now is right here in Europe, the Bologna process, which most all of you are fairly familiar with, is promoting, asking universities to define the competencies that they want their students. This is another term for the kinds of learning they want. That's good. My one concern and my one recommendation to the universities in Europe trying to do that is when they think of the competencies they want to promote, try to think beyond just promoting research skills. I know there's a lot of emphasis in that here, which is good to an extent, but there are some other things that are not covered under research competencies. what might some other possibilities be? And this is where something comes in that I created that some of you who've been to my workshops are already familiar with. And this was, in fact, my effort to try to define some learning that students had told me in conversations they saw as valuable in their lives. Things that they learned that made a difference in how they worked and how they lived their personal life, social life, civic life, or whatever. I called it the taxonomy of significant learning, somewhat like what we are calling here higher learning in the conference. Basically, it has 6 kinds of learning. And again, this is coming from students and making my order out of it. Starting at the top right, the foundational knowledge. At times, students just learned content, some information that they did find very valuable in changing their view of the world, themselves, or whatever. But more often, students said it was valuable to them when they could take that content and use it in some way. And that became the application. Use it to solve problems, use it to answer questions, use it to interpret reality. Sometimes it involves skills like communication skills, teamwork skills, or some other things like that. And third, in the third circle down to the right there, they also found it very valuable when they could take one body of knowledge or one kind of knowledge and see the interactions or connections with another body of knowledge. This is interdisciplinary learning, cross-disciplinary learning, integration, when you start making connections between one body or set of knowledge and another set of knowledge. That's all cognitive and very much like another taxonomy that many of you may know, the Bloom taxonomy. That's very identical to it. But once we move to the left side of this diagram, we leave Bloom's cognitive taxonomy and go to different kinds of learning. And I'm going to shift to the pie chart version of this same diagram here to make it a little clearer. Sometimes students said, in the human dimension, a course or something that I learned was valuable to me because it taught me something about myself, who I am or who I want to be, what I'm good at, what I have, or it developed my confidence in myself or something like that. It was valuable when I learned something about myself. Or they said a course helped me learn how to interact with other people, to be part of a team, to learn how to interact with people who are different than myself. Those two are very closely related, so I put them together under a category that I called the human dimension. Or they said, I learned to care about new things, have interest in things I was not interested in before. Or I rethought my values. So my interests, my values, my feelings about things. When that happens, you better believe it's big time significant for students. And finally, and not least, maybe one of the most important in here, is to help students learn how to keep on learning. Very few of us teach students everything they're ever going to need to know about this subject. Solution to that? There's only 2 possibilities. We can learn to talk real fast and teach them everything they need to know, but the problem is they're not speed learning. Or give it up, don't try, teach the fundamentals, but also teach students how to keep on learning and give them a reason to keep on learning the rest of their life. Then some pretty exciting things can happen. Now, what can you do with that taxonomy? Well, you can do the same thing with it that people have done for decades with the Bloom taxonomy. You use it to write learning outcomes, desired learning outcomes for individual courses. And this is a general list of what learning outcomes for a course might look like if you used it for an individual course. Now, one of the interesting things that's happened since I published this taxonomy, or book with this taxonomy in it, some years ago, is that it's not only being used to write learning outcomes for courses, but also for whole programs and for whole institutions. Just recently, about a month ago, I learned that a medical school, and several of you are in universities with lots of professional programs, a medical school in the United States used this taxonomy to write learning outcomes for all of their students, regardless of whether they were nursing, surgeons, or general practitioners or what. And here's what they look like. I'll just share these with you fairly quickly. The foundational knowledge. It's just certain things they wanted their students to know. Some fairly obvious skills and abilities to use that, clinical skills and patient care. And then we start to get into interesting things. Integration, systems-based practice, knowing the interactions between different systems in the healthcare process. Okay, can you all see this over here? Kind of looking around the corner here. Let me move this back. Okay, thanks. Then the human dimension. It turns out, much to our surprise, doctors interact with other people. and sometimes don't do it very well. How many people have had that experience, okay? I have had, my wife has, and so forth. Maybe we ought to change that. Okay, so they said both learning about yourself, so important things for medical students to do, as well as learning how to interact with others. Not only patients, for sure that, but also other healthcare providers. And sometimes there's problems in that realm of a doctor's operation. Going on to caring and values, they identified some things they thought would be important and that they could promote in medical school. And learning how to learn, practice-based learning, several things they laid out there. Now this is at Wright State University, which is in Dayton, Ohio. An outstanding set of learning goals, I thought, for everyone in that whole curriculum. Now again, I didn't create this. They took the taxonomy, I worked with them a little bit, but they created this in a language that was meaningful to them. So I got fairly excited about that. Now, how do we, what's a general point about this? Do you have to use this tax? Yes. I give you a stupid answer. If you're okay with a stupid answer, I can take a stupid question. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Do they flunk people who are jerks?
Do they what?
Flunk people who are jerks.
Oh, do they accept people who are jerks?
No, do they flunk them?
Oh, do they flunk them? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Well, if we can, yes. That's what's going to be interesting. I mean, it's your humorous question, but they are going to have to learn how to assess these things and tell students, you either develop these capabilities and we accept, we give you a degree, or you don't and you're out, okay? And so that's going to be in the makings in the future to come here, okay? Now, my big point for everybody in all programs is, do you have to use this taxonomy? No, but you do have to develop some good, thorough statement of desired learning outcomes, something more than just memorizing lots of knowledge or even an in-depth knowledge of one discipline. The other thing I would add to that, and this is more of a personal statement of mine, is I think we must develop learning outcomes that are aimed at preparing students for more than just being a researcher in a discipline, okay? Again, for personal knowledge, for personal enhancement of life, for helping to be citizens in society, for helping them with the social interactions with people, how to be a member of a team, how to be a member of a community, a productive member, et cetera, et cetera. Somehow or other, a broad set of roles, a learning that prepares students for a broad set of roles. So that's my answer or start of some thinking about how do we define what might this higher level learning be. Now, that's the four categories that I was thinking that might consist of, okay. Now, second question, how do we promote more of this higher level learning, however we define it throughout the whole institution, okay? Now, the good news is, I think we're trying to make a change in higher education. The good news is, in the last 20 years, the scholars of higher level of teaching and learning have developed lots of tools to help with this. We have tools now to change teaching that we did not have 20, 30 years ago when I first got started in this profession. So this is a question about how we get there, okay? Now, what are some of those new ideas? There are lots of them. I'm going to give you a short list, my short list of what I think some of those big ideas are. One, of course, you've heard a lot here about active learning. How do we get more student engagement, student involvement, students ready to spend energy on the learning? New ideas about assessment, classroom assessment techniques, educative assessment, so forth. Learning-centered course design, something I put my book out on. Small groups, a lot of people, problem-based learning, team-based learning, are starting to use small groups in very deliberate and focused ways. Students reflecting on their own learning. A concept that I stumbled onto that some other people developed, learning portfolios. Very, very powerful, I think. Helping students be aware of and take responsibility for their own learning. Service learning, having students engage in service activities, but related to the subject of a course. And finally, a lot of research on how the brain works, which helps us understand how learning happens. Lots more, but that's a short list to show you we've got materials that can make a big difference. And the vast majority of professors not only are not using this, they don't even know that literature about that exists. So we've got to change that. Now, that leads to my second point here, that is, what are some institutional practices that can help promote better teaching and learning throughout the whole university? The big thing I think we have to change is we've got to take professors who are now coming into the role as teachers, for the most part, without any preparation for teaching. A lot of preparation for research, none or little for teaching. We know that. We've known it for years, for decades. We've got to change that. Let's see, what have I got next? One of the ideas that started to emerge around the world as I've traveled to different regions of the world here is teaching certificate programs, mainly aimed at junior faculty. That's people coming out of graduate school in their early years as a teacher. What I'm talking about is basically a course or a set of courses or a program that gives what I would call a systematic introduction to some of the fundamental ideas and skills about good teaching. Okay? These are intended for junior faculty for the most part. The focus of these programs are a variety of things, but a lot of them include a learning-centered perspective on what they're doing as opposed to a teaching-centered perspective. Some of these ideas on teaching and learning that I've shared with you, but not only learning about them, but learning how to use them and how to get feedback so they can get better at using these ideas. And then finally, at the end of it, they offer a recognition for you have done this and give them a certificate, hence the name of it. Now, we have a few of these in the United States, but not many. However, with a little checking I did with some of my LinkedIn networks around the world, what I found out that there are some places in the world where almost all universities have programs like this, 2 regions in specific. One is the British Commonwealth countries. Almost every university in the UK, West Indies, South Africa, India, and Austria, and I'm guessing, where's Catherine? New Zealand, I think. Is that true in New Zealand as well? Yeah, okay. Almost all the universities have faculty or educational development programs, and almost all of those programs offer a teaching certificate program and require it. I mean, you can get in the university, but before you get promoted to the next level, you've got to have taken part in this program. I think that's a fabulous idea. The other one is not all, but several Nordic countries. I know Sweden, Torgny has talked about this, but also in Norway, it's almost universal. The other countries, there are some universities that have it, but not all of them yet. But in Sweden and Norway, basically all of them. US, Canada, a few, but not most of them yet. Now, when I raised this question with people on my LinkedIn network, what several people immediately said, wow, this is a good idea, but why stop with junior faculty? Shouldn't this continue on with senior faculty? And the answer is, of course, okay? And some places are starting to do that. I was just in a session with the lady from Laura, is it Horst from Finland, yes, who has a program for mid-career. It was a course, but most of the people in it were mid-career, doing exactly this. And so we continue right on here. So I think these things are doing wonderful things. I hope that idea continues, and I hope it might include some like the Estonia and the Baltic countries, and even my country, the U.S. I hope this idea grows. It's really showing good things. But to show you one comment, I'll ask people that had these programs when I was emailing with them, do they make a difference? And here's the quote from one lady down in Australia. When we work with staff around the university, it's abundantly clear who's completed this program and who hasn't. When they participated in it, greater clarity in thinking about teaching and learning, as well as opening up options for new approaches to teaching. So very clear to those people who've seen this, yes, it makes a difference and a big difference. Now they have to be done right. You have to have powerful ideas in there. You have to help people learn them well. But if you do that, clearly a major change. And when these people teach, it's going to be a different kind of teaching, and that's going to generate a different kind of learning. So one idea for an institutional practice that can promote better teaching and learning throughout the university is to have teaching certificate programs, okay? Now, second idea, I think it would also be helpful if we had a different way and a better way of evaluating and assessing university teaching. It was interesting for me to hear, I guess it was in Torgny's talk I went to today, that when he talked with university personnel administrators and asked them, the administrators, which department, I got this right, which departments have the good teachers? They didn't know. And that was surprising, okay? Now, in the US, almost all of us now have student questionnaires, and they could give you numbers, but there wouldn't be a lot of variation in the questionnaires from across departments. Individual teachers, yes, but across departments, not a lot. So how do we know that sort of thing? Well, I think there are ideas that we could use for that. What I think is happening in most universities now is either nothing is happening, that is, we really don't know because there's no information being generated within the institution, or they're doing what we're doing in the States. They have student questionnaires, which tells you something, but not a lot about what you really need to know. What do we really need to know, according to D. Fink? Well, let me share with you those ideas. I think we need to begin by asking ourselves, what is it we really think teachers ought to be doing or we would like them to do as teachers? And then gather information about that. Here's what I would see that as. I've got kind of 3 parts here that are color-coded. There are some fundamental tasks about teaching that all teachers do, good or bad, but they could do well and we want them to do well. And those tasks are, some of you have seen this diagram before, they have to know something about the subject, design the learning experience, interact with students, and manage the course. But that's process. I mean, that has to be done well. That can be done poorly or well. We want it to be done well. But we want that to really lead to something else, i.e. high-quality student learning, both during the course, by the end of the course, and the kind of learning that add value to students' lives after the course. And that's all good, but we don't want faculty to be static either. We want them to get better over time. We want them to be on a growth curve. Well, what's that involve? Well, they've got to acquire some new ideas, actually use them. That means you change something in the yellow circles. No change, no improvement. Then you say, okay, I changed, but did that really make things better? So you've got to assess it. And then after you've assessed what you did on one thing, then you say, well, what else might I learn about that could improve my teaching? And that's reflecting on what else. And then you want that to just continue a circle. Well, but so we want to know how that's going, but that's complex. That's 11 moving parts. That's too much. So we got to condense that down. Well, here's what I'm going to do to condense that down. I'm going to take the 2 parts of the yellow circles that I think are most variable, the design part and the interacting part, collapse the blue part, collapse the red part, okay? When I do that, here's what I get. 4 questions. Did professors design their courses well? Did they interact or communicate with students well? Did all of that lead to high-quality student learning for a significant percentage of students? And is the faculty really making a serious effort to get better over time? If a teacher does those 4 things well, I don't care what else is bad. I'm going to take them as doing a good job as what I want as a teacher. I don't think there'd be too much they could do bad if they can do those 4 things well. Okay? Now, so that becomes my criteria for what I'm hoping teachers will do. How do we find out if they're doing that well or not? Well, here are the 4 sources of information. Course design, we can look at course materials. Things like the syllabus, their assignments, assessment tools, so forth. Interacting with students, that's where the student questionnaires, which some of us are using now, but now we need to focus it differently, not on just everything, but just on, is the teacher interacting with students in a way that motivates and enables students? And guess who can help us construct those questions? The students, okay? Student learning. Show us some samples of student wording. Not just the best students, but some of the best students, middle students, and worst student performance. Then we get a sense of the range, we get a sense of what kind of learning you're trying to promote, and we're going to get a sense of whether the high quality is being achieved by 10% of your students or 70% of your students. And we want to know that. Getting better as a teacher, not hard to do, okay? Just have to ask the faculty, write a short report, but addressing 2 questions. What did you do this year to learn some new things about teaching and learning? Without that, hard to get better. Second, though, what did you change in your teaching? Again, if you don't change something, it's going to be hard to get better. So just tell us what you did to learn and what changes you made. Now, if faculty can do that, we can look at it, develop a rubric for each one of these for high, medium, and low performance, and have at it. Now, notice the interesting relationship between part 4 and the other 3. Let's imagine a professor out there who's not a perfect teacher, good, working, getting better, but he says, course design, I can see that's important, but I don't know how to do that. Nobody's ever taught me how to do that in grad school. Your response as department chair, no problem. That becomes your agenda for learning about next year. We've got a faculty development program that'll help you do that. Or the teacher says, well, I got my course design in place, but the students don't like it. They don't seem to like me. I'm not sure they give me bad student evaluations. Department chair, no problem. We've got courses. Jim Groch is running our Teacher Development Center, and he's got workshops on how to interact with students in a better way. No problem. That becomes your agenda for learning for next year. Or you say, well, those things are going all right, but boy, the students just aren't learning very well. They turn in their tests or they turn in essays. Not very good. I don't know how to assess these things. No problem. Jim will help you out. He's got all kinds of workshops on assessing student learning, and so forth and so forth. So those things feed into and help you develop your agenda for future years and getting better. And then you get that better, and then those things should go up in their assessment. Okay. So if we could do some of that thing, I think it would help a lot. Now, let me wrap up what I think I've tried to say here. What are the 3 things we can do to promote better teaching and learning throughout the whole university? The first thing is to imagine more powerful kinds of learning. Develop a clearer sense of what it is we want all students to learn. And one possibility, but not the only one, is to use this taxonomy of significant learning to help us define that. The second thing is to encourage professors, all professors, but especially junior professors, to learn, to spend significant amounts of time learning about teaching and learning. The teaching certificate programs that I described, I think, is an excellent place to stop. I think it's excellent place to start, bad place to stop. Let's continue that on after we get those in place and see if we can develop not only programs for senior professors, but the expectation that senior professors will do it. Now, again, I keep talking about Torgny here, but I'm impressed with what some of the things he shared with people. One of the things that's happened at his university, Lund University in Sweden here, at least in one college, College of Engineering that he works with, that has happened. That is, the dean of that college has said, you cannot become a full professor without spending a lot of time reflecting on, thinking about, learning about a learning-centered perspective on teaching and learning. And I'd like to see that displayed in a learning or teaching portfolio. You do that, and then we'll give you consideration for promotion to full professor. That has sent a message in that college. It's working. But one place in the world where I know of that happening, but it's happening there, and I think that's a model for the rest of us. It shows it's possible if the institution decides that's what we want to do. So that's one thing. Second thing we can do. A third thing, of course, then is evaluate teaching so that the teachers know how to get better, and the university, in fact, know what individuals and what departments are, in fact, doing good things in their programs. Now, if we did things like that, what would be the benefit? What would be the value of that? Well, I think that's not too hard to figure out. The obvious immediate beneficiaries would be who? The students. If we had faculty teaching better, students would be motivated to and enabled to do better learning. And if we can help them learn the right kind of things, the higher level learning, the significant learning, whatever, that's going to affect their whole life, their professional life, personal life, social life, civic life. Okay? So they're obviously beneficiaries. But it would also benefit the university, who can then say to the state legislature or to the people who are donating money to the university or to the parents of the people who might be sending their students here, we're a good university, we have a program that values good teaching, and we have programs in place to both promote it and assess it and tell us where it needs to be better, okay? We are doing what we need to do to make sure we have a good educational program for your student. And they can say that with all kind of benefits to different people. Society is going to be receiving students who can engage in a wide variety of roles, and not just as researchers at universities. But the other interesting audience for this is you and me. If we can teach better, and I've seen this in the reports from people who've used this course design, that's only one piece of the teaching. They say, when I learn these new ideas, it has changed my life as a teacher. And when you ask them why, you get this, duh, of course. For a lot of them, teaching has been sitting out, looking at a sea of faces, half of the seats empty, because they're not there. But even the ones that are there, where are they? Are they focused on me? Where are they focused? Email, cell phone, laptops, et cetera, okay? And the ones that are looking at me are sitting there, half bored. Not fun, okay? It's not fun looking at people who are either not there or there and bored. Compare that to teachers who've learned these ideas. Attendance gets better, student engagement gets better, the students' faces have excitement on them, and when you get to the end of the semester and you give them a test, you give them an essay, you give them something to do, the performance is good. Teachers say learning these ideas have restored the joy of teaching. And that's a benefit for us, and one that I can get very excited about. So we can do that. I think good things can happen. Thank you very much for my part of the program.
Indeed, that was incredible. You finished exactly on time. I'm going to disappoint him. Can I have a show of hands for all the people in the audience who have attended a course or a workshop or a seminar that I've done here in Estonia? Please raise your hands. My goodness. So we either have a significant group of optimists or a pretty sad group of masochists here. I'm going to share with you some of my reflections, some of my ideas about the teaching and learning process, higher education, higher learning, based upon a significant amount of time, or at least my wife would say so, spent here in Estonia. I was a Fulbright scholar here, fall semester of 2011. So I had the opportunity to travel the country, speak to lots of academics, and also think a lot about what higher education is about here, what it's about back home, and what do I think information, knowledge, higher learning is going to be in the next 10, 15, or 20 years. What you have here, obviously, is Tallinn. You have the University of Tartu down the bottom, and up on the top right is the entrance to Auburn University. The climate, the quality of life in Auburn, Alabama is exactly like Tartu, Estonia. So, I want you to think carefully. I want you to be thoughtful and critically reflective. This is my perspective, my perceptions. It may not be yours. What I'm hoping that I will do is stimulate some thought, some critical reflection about higher education, higher learning, and the global reality that we will all be facing. I'm going to use a model. Some of you know me, I love models. If you can't represent something graphically or with a picture, it's not worth saying. So for me, I've developed this 7-element model to help me understand what university teaching and learning is all about. We start at the bottom. We base things upon what we want our students to learn, those desired learning outcomes, and we build from there, backwards course design. We jump up to the top. We need to understand who we are as teachers, who our students are, what the learning process is all about, how the context influences learning, what we want to teach. And then, with that information, we then design our significant teaching and learning experiences. So, again, some of you may not know me, some of you do know me. I'm from New York. I will talk fast. I apologize. For those of you for whom English is not your native language, I'll speak louder, just as fast, but so you can misinterpret me more comfortably. And I feel like a pilot here. You are no longer free to roam the cabin. Put your trays up, fasten your seatbelts. We're about to take off. So let's start at the bottom. What do we want our students to learn? When we build our courses, when we design our learner-centered, knowledge-centered teaching, we really need to find out what it is we want our students to learn. So we've moved. We need to think about the global reality. We've moved from an industrial age education through an information age education to a more conceptual age information. What will rule success is how we can manipulate, how we can understand, how we can apply concepts, not just information. The information model, the thing that I'm doing right now, is antiquated. When we continue to do that, we're training and teaching our students for yesteryear, not for today, and certainly not for tomorrow. So we need to figure out teaching methods that equip students to do the things they need to do in the new global reality. I just would like to reinforce and start something that my colleague here, Dee, talked about. One way of thinking about those desired learning outcomes for the new global reality is his taxonomy of significant learning. I won't go through this, you've just heard it. And by the way, these PowerPoints will be converted to a PDF and posted, I believe, to the conference website soon. So I won't be insulted if you take notes, however, okay? Or take pictures of the slides, the new way of taking notes. Everyone uses their cell phone. There's an interesting document out there that talks about what we need to survive in the 21st century. What are some of those higher level learning outcomes for the 21st century? I'll just go through some of these very fast. I didn't provide the complete list. For us to be successful, for our students to be successful, we need to integrate and develop knowledge of human cultures. The borders and the boundaries between humans are shrinking. This one big global community is becoming more and more reality. And that can be threatening. Certainly I know for Estonians that's somewhat threatening. For many people that's threatening, the threat of losing your national identity, losing your language basis. Come to Estonia and speak English for 3 days, which I appreciate. Thank you very much. The knowledge of the physical and natural world. Big things are happening. Global warming, AIDS, climate change. These are issues that will impact everyone, and we need to integrate those kinds of learning outcomes into our curriculum. Even if I'm teaching psychology, I can make those issues relevant. Intellectual and practical skills. We need to teach our students how to think, how to apply, how to write, how to communicate, how to be literate in many different ways. Not just foundational knowledge, but other things. And if we're only shooting towards foundational knowledge, we're probably equipping our students for obsolescence faster than we should. The half-life of knowledge, if you're an engineer, you know the half-life of knowledge. What a student learns today, 50% of it in 4 or 5 years will be obsolete. Personal and social responsibility, that human dimension. We need to understand people. We need to understand our contributions to our community. Ethics, all of these, and I love the term, soft skills. The hard sciences talk about soft skills. They got it backwards. These are the hard skills and they're the soft sciences. I mean the easy sciences. Dealing with humans is the hard science. However, you will face resistance. There will be people in the university that say that's not we need to teach people to get good careers so they get good jobs and they contribute to our economic success. Well, that's part of it, but I don't know if that's all of it. Let's look at teacher variables. Who are we? And who is the next generation of academic out there? First of all, this is something that I have been very comfortably assured of. Teachers matter everywhere. You matter. The impact that you have on people's lives, you may not notice it. My wife sent me a little email this morning, and I said, I spoke to a bunch of people, and they actually said that what I did a couple of summers ago had some impact on their life, and it kind of took me back. I was surprised that people even remember who I was. And she said, even little pebbles thrown into a pond cause great, what are those things called? Ripples. So at least she thinks I'm a little pebble. That's better than nothing. Bill Buskist, colleague of mine at Auburn University, did some kind of quick and dirty research about what students thought about teachers. He asked basically a very simple question: do teachers make a difference? Overwhelmingly, 70% said yes. And those who said no qualified why. They didn't attend class, they weren't interested, the teacher wasn't interested. And he said, okay, how do teachers make a difference? You know, and unfortunately, a lot of the student evaluations of teaching that are out there don't capture these kinds of issues. How teachers make a difference. I won't read these, you can read them. But again, there are these interpersonal kinds of changes in one's life that are difficult to quantify, that often get lost in this whole accountability movement. Think about that. He also talks about, and Catherine mentioned this in her presentation, this concept of inspiration. You know, new faculty and new academics in New Zealand wanted to inspire people. It was a value they felt very important. B.F. Skinner, Burris Frederick Skinner, famous American behavioral psychologist, said, inspiration is what remains once students have forgotten what they've learned. I love that quote. Don't quite know what it means, but I love it. So how do we inspire? And I think for the global future, we need to constantly tap into that. Even if we don't have evidence in the end of the semester evaluations, how do we collect this evidence? We're getting older. I don't know about you, but every time I face a class of undergraduate students and they're 18, 19 years old and I'm 58, 59, 60, ... I couldn't find, unfortunately, I couldn't find data that I found secondary school data, how old secondary teachers were in the European Union and in Estonia, but I couldn't find comprehensive data on how old academics were. But the average age, 52% of academics in the United States are over 50 years old. That's a pretty, you know, if you peel that onion, the layers of what that means, that's significant. We don't look like them. We don't sound like them. We certainly don't smell like them. What does that mean? We need to open up the profession. Pathways to the profession are critical. Fewer full-time tenure track. Too many faculty now, academics in the U.S., are being hired for non-permanent positions. I don't know what the situation is here. I think that's probably somewhat similar. And there is some evidence, however, some positive things here, that some faculty, there's a shift. We're moving away from the didactic information sharing paradigm where you all are facing me, one-dimensional. You're inferior, you're below me, I'm superior, I'm above you. I'm looking down, you're looking up, you're all looking at me, wide-eyed, looking for it, looking for truth. And me, by definition, I'm a professor, I'm full of it. And my role is to fertilize your brains with it. And so then you walk out here much more knowledgeable, and then you get rid of it within 24 hours. Kind of the bulimic model of teaching and learning. Again, as Catherine talked about, we have more interest in our academics in balancing work-life realities. Unfortunately, how many of you are familiar with Ernest Boyer's work, The Scholarship Reconsidered, 1990 book? Okay, you might want to check this out. Ernest Boyer, Scholarship Reconsidered, 1990, talked about the roles of academics, not just being disseminating knowledge, not just being creating knowledge, but integrating knowledge and applying knowledge. He talked about multiple dimensions of academic life. So what has that done? That has opened up avenues for faculty, for academics, But in some cases, it's also caused stress. Because now, not only do I have to be an excellent researcher, I have to be an excellent teacher, and I have to contribute back to community and society in an excellent way, and I have to integrate all this other knowledge from all these other people in cross-disciplines that I had no knowledge of before. So in some cases, it's causing more stress for academics. So we need to understand that. We need to create teaching. The academy of tomorrow needs to be a more human place. How can we add to that? How do we add to the humanity of the university? This last point on this slide, mentoring and faculty development, surveys of new academics in the United States say they want this. They want to be mentored, and they want assistance, not just with teaching, but with research, what we would call outreach and service. Everybody stand up for a second. Take a deep breath. Exhale. Once again, let's see what you had for lunch. Take a deep breath. Exhale. Have a seat. Stand up. Have a seat. Basic law of learning. The mind can absorb what the rear end can endure. So remember that. Another trend in the United States, and I quote from our colleague from Sweden here, that more and more our academics are not identifying with the institution, with the university, with the college. They're identifying with their academic discipline. They're forming little tribes around their academic discipline that almost exist in isolation to the university. University goals, university needs. We have to force academics to write mission statements that relate and reflect university mission statement. Career mobility versus career plateau. Here's an observation that I have, and I may be totally wrong. In the United States, you have a number of academic levels. For example, you would start as maybe an assistant professor. And then after a certain defined time period with certain defined tasks, you can put yourself up for promotion to associate professor. Then after a certain time frame with certain time limits, you go for full professor. And anyone in an academic faculty, in an academic department, if you are hired full-time, tenure track, you can go up that ladder. The restriction on being a professor is much less than I have noticed in Europe. I come from a department that has 26 academics in the department. There are 9 full faculty members out of 26 people. I would venture to say that percentage is much higher than in your institution. Right? I don't know if it's a merit-based system or if it's a more open system, but what does that do to you as an academic if your career stages are somewhat truncated or restricted? Where am I? Learner variables. Students are changing. Have you noticed? No. Then look in the mirror. We have to teach the students we have, not the students we wish we had. Just like you have to love the dog you have with all of his or her faults. So we can moan and complain about students today aren't as good as they were when I was an undergraduate student. What's wrong with these? They don't know how to do anything. They're your students. You have a moral and ethical and legal responsibility to do the best you can for them, no matter who they are. Right? Anyone disagree with me? I'm an old hippie from the 60s. You know, peace, love, war, ethical. No, peace, love, no war. I'm a deconstructed hippie from the 60s. Students are different. They want convenience, quality, service, and low cost. The same consumerism values that they would bring to Walmart or Costco or whatever supermarket you would go to, Maxim. They're more diverse. You know, we heard the minister talk about massification. 20 years ago, 20% of Estonian students went to university. Today, 70, 80%, 60, 70, 80%. They're different. Some of you, there are two of you sitting here. 20 years ago, half of you may not have been here because you just didn't meet the standards. And I'm talking about him, by the way. So our students are different than they were. And they're different from us. There's some interesting research about differences in teaching styles and learning styles. There's an obvious increasing generation gap. You know, there's some interesting research about what are those variables for the people. For the people that, the photographer was sitting down. When we allow someone to influence us, okay? So I have two people here, and this person and this person. I'm sorry for touching you, but I'll do it again. She gives me advice about something. He gives me advice about something. Just off the top of your head, who do you think I'm more likely to follow? Probably him. You know, he looks a little bit more like me. He's got a little bit less hair than me, which is good. There are certain characteristics that we can identify of influencers over influence. And there's some of that research indicates we're more likely to be influenced by someone who shares our background, shares our experiences, looks like us, is of our age. So as I get older and older and older, and my students get younger and younger and more female, what does that mean about my power to influence their knowledge, if that's one of my goals? I'm just going to run through quickly something called generational theory. This theory says that we are a product of our times. The significant 0 to 8 years of our lives shape us for the rest of our life. There's soft empirical evidence for this. All right, it's interesting, it's a heuristic. But, you know, you can place yourself where you are. I'm certainly a baby boomer, even though I was born in 1982, but I identify with baby boomers. This group of our students are largely fall into what's called millennials. And, you know, let's just very quickly describe some of these millennials. And I want you to think about whether they relate to you and your students. I don't know. You tell me. They have access to instantaneous information. So this kid in Chicago is talking to this other kid in Moscow, and the kid in Rio responds, and the kid in New Delhi. Instantaneous communication, access to information. I don't know about you. When I was a first-year student at university, we had one payphone in the middle of the corridor. And God forbid you got stuck with the room next to the payphone. You became the operator for the floor. Lots of time. They're overexposed to things to do. This is certainly true in the U.S. You got 5 minutes between soccer and piano. What are you going to do with all that free time? So the kids go from activity to activity to activity. They're the most watched over and protected generation ever. Kids don't wait for the school bus in my neighborhood without their mother sitting in the minivan until a kid gets picked up. Because you never know. You know, you watch the news every night, and all these bad things happen. They're hovered over by helicopter parents. After an exam, you just watch the kids take out their cell phone and report to mom or dad how the teacher made them do on the tests. They expect value. It costs a lot to go to university these days. So they're very cost conscious. They expect more from you and from the institution. They're not there just to get an education. They're there to go to the health spa and to get good food in the college dining hall. So are students like you? Do they spell well? Teachers everywhere need to base what they do on not only, I've heard a lot of talk about theories of learning. What I'm suggesting to you, for us in this new global reality, we need to base our practice on research on learning, not just theories of learning. Now, at the end of this presentation, I have a little book. I brought an extra copy, and I don't want to carry it because it's so weighty, filled with heavy knowledge. It's called Evidence-Based Teaching, that my colleague Bill Buskus and I edited recently. I'm going to leave this here. At the end of the session, if you would like to enter a raffle for this, bring your business card up, put it on the platform here. I'll shuffle them up, and I'll pick one out, and you walk home with a prize. And it's autographed by D. No. I won't go through all these, but there's 100+ years of research on human learning that we need to familiarize ourselves with. And once we familiarize ourselves with how people learn, we can better design those effective courses. We can better design our instructional activities. Okay, the institutional, national context, even the physical context. You've all heard this expression, size matters. It's hard for me to talk about the United States higher education system and generalize it to Estonia. Just look at this vast difference in size. There are over 4,000 institutions of higher education in the United States, 20 million students. That's equal basically to the whole European Union group of 27 countries. And if we look at Estonia, 20 institutions or so. We heard New Zealand, there were 8 institutions of higher education. So it's really hard to make really good cross-institutional content. The whole higher education system in the United States is organized around a 4-year program, not a 3-year program. It used to be 4 years here, right? If I had to categorize the difference, I would say that you all have less flexibility in what undergraduate students take, but you do it in much more depth. We have more general, more breadth and less depth. More elective courses, more freedom to do things. That's good or bad? I don't know. Instructional processes. Now, I've been arguing, I've been cajoling, I've been trying to get people to do more research on this, descriptive demographic research. How do people in your country teach? What are the most common teaching and assessment methods? We have, since 1978 or so, a longitudinal study of teacher academics' behaviors. And if you can look at this, I'm just going to show these very quickly. You can go to the American College Teacher, the Higher Education Research Institute. This was in 2009, data collected 2008. There's another one that recently came out. Lecturing is still the predominant teaching modality. If you look at, this is the recent data, and this looks at men and women, and it has science, technology, engineering, mathematics subjects in one column, and everybody else in the other column. Look at the differences by discipline in how people teach. How do people teach? If we keep talking about active learning, we need to better understand what faculty, what teachers, what academic staff are actually doing now before we encourage them to change what they're doing. Some suggestions: teachers need to substantially expand active teaching, learning methods. These are very similar. Here are some teaching goals for the 21st century, some teaching activities, first-year experiences, learning communities. If you're not familiar with a bunch of these, I apologize. Each of these is probably a long workshop. So the underlying theme is we need to engage our students more actively in the learning process throughout their coursework. Here's a warning. Beep, 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 beep. You know, distance learning. My office recently got put in control of distance learning at Auburn University. Some interesting warnings out there, basically saying we may be moving to a dual higher education system, a dual quality, kind of a classism, that the affluent students are going to be the only ones who can afford a face-to-face learning experience. That distance education is going to replace going to a brick-and-mortar institution. That the high-branded institutions, University of Tartu, wherever, Auburn University, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, they're going to corner the market on technology, distance. And so someone in India or someone in Mexico who can't afford to go to a university can afford to get a Harvard education electronically. If we look at the near-term realities of higher education, it doesn't look all that encouraging. If we look at it from a financial leadership perspective, at least in the United States and I think worldwide, there's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure on our students and on the institutions that they reflect. But I'll leave with some global perspectives, and I think I will get done almost on time. A great book, and I also have here some flyers, a little public, unabashed public announcement. You know, I am American after all, I have to sell something. We're hosting a conference. If you want to build on this conference and learn more about higher education from a global perspective, come to Auburn, Alabama in April. We've invited the rector from the University of Tartu to come. We have 10 university presidents and rectors from around the world who are going to share their perceptions of higher education. But we have a call for proposals. So if you're interested in coming, I'll leave these up here. If you don't win my book, you can get an invitation to a conference. Teachers are teaching all around the world now. Students are coming from all around the world, the Erasmus program. But the critical issue as we look at the future in global education is that ideas are moving all around the world. We should not fear the development of better university systems in China. Chinese are spending billions of dollars. The Saudi Arabians are spending billions of dollars of your money on developing higher education systems. There are more Chinese undergraduates produced every year in China than any other group of university students. But that's not to be feared. It's not a brain drain. It's a brain gain. Knowledge somewhere is knowledge everywhere. With technology, with mobility, information developed is no longer owned by the producer, but it's being shared everywhere. So we need to embrace and encourage global education, just like this conference is an example. You're all going to learn ideas here. There's no proprietary ownership of knowledge. You need to take that back, develop it, add to it, share it some more. So that's my plea, my projection is that increasing global knowledge is a win-win situation. Globalization is stimulating free trade in minds. I love that expression, free trade in minds. Done.
Jim and I both purposely shortened our talks to about 30 minutes each, so we have roughly 25 minutes or so for questions and answers. We want to leave a lot of time because we both see a lot of benefit from doing that. So we're ready for question and answers. One or the other or both of us may take it depending on the question.
Torgner,
So,
you want to
here we
ask your question now or will you wait? Okay, yes, sir. Student.
Yeah. Yep, you.
Thank you. I want to ask first, do you know the program Teach for America?
Teach for America,
Yep.
yeah.
Yes.
Or did you say eat for America?
No, teach.
Teach, yes,
Teach.
I do.
We have a similar program in Estonia, actually, and I took part in it. So I was a teacher in high school for over 2 years. And my question is, should the higher education and lower education be different? Are they at the moment different, and should they be? Or should they be similar? Because for me, this presentation sounded quite similar that I have seen several before on my trainings on this program.
Let me take a first crack at answering that while Jim gathers his thoughts for a better answer here. My reaction to that would be that the general principles would be identical. That is, the teacher and the institution wants to identify important things for students to learn and effective ways to help students learn them, and the institution has to find the right ways to support that. Those general principles have to be true at public school level as well at the university. The specifics of how you deal with 15 to 18-year-olds or whatever, and 20 to 25, or actually increasingly these days 25 to 75, the specifics may change somewhat, but the general principles, I think, sound like you're experiencing, look pretty identical.
Yeah, I would agree. I would add to that, if you remember that model, the different components, I think you would need to use that model to reflect on what the similarities and differences are. For example, one significant difference would be the age of the students, the abilities of the students, their knowledge, their prior knowledge level, their motivation, their sense of individual responsibility, maturity. That will influence the process. They're different than university students. The context is different. They're typically going to school, coming home. Mom and dad is telling them when to do their homework and checking their homework or doing their homework for them. That doesn't happen here.
Thanks for that question. Other questions?
Kaarel of Tallinn University of Technology. I have actually a comment, more a comment than a question. You have outlined many interesting concepts like taxonomy of significant learning, but I consider that it would be useful to use also more abstract concept like knowledge. Mm-hmm. And what is the essence of human knowledge, mm-hmm. and what are the basic characteristics of this knowledge. Mm-hmm. And the essence of a knowledge is that it is symbolic. It's not real thing. Here we can hear sounds and see signs and so on. I understand them. There are words and sciences and concepts, but this is not reality. This is a symbolic reality. But these symbols are also related to other forms of perceptions, feelings, experiences, and so on. And education is the art to interrelate these concepts, these symbolic expressions with reality. And second, if we look at the characteristics of human knowledge, especially the scientific knowledge, it is or should be hierarchical. Mm-hmm. For example, there are some basic dichotomies like relations between individual and society and individual and culture and nature. These dichotomies are actually most general concepts, and if we study, for example, social sciences, in this case we focus on relations between individuals and culture and society, but if we teach sciences and natural sciences, in this case we focus on relations between individuals, culture and nature. So do you agree with such concept of knowledge, or do you have a different concept?
You can answer, because he didn't ask me a question, he just gave me his concept, his comment, so I'm not going to respond.
Okay, well, I would agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I would add just maybe an additional comment there. If we had a little more time to spend with that taxonomy, I think you might find a lot of what you were looking for in it. In terms of the knowledge itself, that category called foundational knowledge, that's where that would be, and that is important. The other part where you added about the essence of knowledge, or the nature of knowledge, and the essence of different kinds of knowledge, like scientific knowledge or cultural knowledge or literary knowledge. Up in the category of the learning how to learn, there were 3 bullets there, but one of them was about the nature of knowledge and the nature of different kinds of knowledge claims in different disciplines. How knowledge is created and how knowledge is tested, and that's different in the sciences versus humanities versus history or whatever. And one of the things that I think is very important for students coming to college is I think this would be valuable, programs for teachers, we need that. I think we also need programs for beginning college students about the nature of learning and the nature of knowing and the nature of how do we acquire some of that knowledge. I think that would be really helpful. The structure of it, the different nature of different kinds of knowledge, et cetera, and some of the things you were talking about. So I think those are important. I think if we unpack that a little more, you'd find a lot of that in there, but there may be some additional things as well. So thank you.
And I actually went to a session, Tom Borgen, is he here from Copenhagen? No, gave his presentation and left. Talking about philogium, kind of an old concept of giving a course about the nature of science and the way people think in science before you start taking your science courses. Some preparatory class about the epistemology of being a student of science.
If I can just add that, one of the exciting things that I've discovered in my travels around in the last year, just in the last year, was a couple different professors who are doing really exciting things in their own courses, one in chemistry and one in English, to help their students learn how to learn. Not doing with the university, just in their own courses, with amazing results. And basically, they're helping the students develop their capabilities as learners. And it reminds me very much of an old-time maxim by a person named Abraham Lincoln, a famous person in the United States, who said, if I had 8 hours to chop down a tree, I'd spend 6 hours sharpening my saw, sharpening my axe. And I think that is basically what we're doing. We need to help our students develop sharper axes, so when they get engaged in the work of learning, they know how to do it more effectively, more efficiently, and they will learn more rapidly. So even though we spend time doing it, we can help the rate of learning a lot. But we have to learn how to do that.
But I have so much stuff to cover.
I know, but it's not how much we cover, it's how much they cover,
How much they uncover.
How much they uncover, yes.
There's a question here also, so we're competing now.
Okay.
I'll ask first, if you allow me to. Thank you for this really inspiring talk. My mind is racing. I'll try to calm this down. I have a question, and it has to do with my role in my university. I'm the vice chairman of education in the student council of the University of Tartu. And now my question has to do with the role of students. I have the power, say, to influence all of the students in the University of Tartu to do something to implement this wonderful thing you've been talking about on an institutional level. Now, what is it that we can do? What is it what we should do? Do you have any insight into that also?
I think, when do you go back to the university? Monday? First thing, Monday morning, you should walk up to the rector's office.
Talk to him tonight.
Talk to him tonight. And just talk to him about your concerns about the quality of teaching and learning. I think your student voice needs to be heard, that teaching matters. Research matters. Obviously, research matters. But you're there primarily to get an education. Your country needs you to be educated. You need to be the best person you can be. And so I think your voice needs to be heard.
Let me add just a little of my own focus to that. I would go to him with two recommendations. One, can we mount at our university a program for all junior faculty to learn about the basics of good teaching, that certificate program for junior faculty. But the second thing would be a comparable program like I was just talking about for students. A program at the beginning, first semester, first year in the university, what's the nature of learning, how do we get with it, and so forth, so forth. If the teachers can teach better and the learners can learn better, we're going to change things here. That'd be my specific program.
Don't tell him I told you that, though.
Yes. You wanted to follow up with a question now.
Yeah, you had so many years of experience now in promoting these ideas in the States and around the world.
No one listens.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
There
yes.
We go. Okay.
So our guest lecturers have so many years of experience in promoting these ideas. Yes, you look like you have. What, to your experience, are the key obstacles to high institutions to embrace these ideas, to jump on this already moving train,
right,
and, adapt to the change which is already there?
You want to start, Jim?
No.
Okay, you're carrying a microphone. Okay, biggest barriers. Need a second to collect my thoughts here. Well, first of all, it's not money. Okay, the things we need are not. It takes some money, but they're not cost intensive. They're idea intensive. I think we need well, I don't know if this is an impediment or just put the other way. We need leaders who understand that higher education is moving into an era that calls for a new role for higher education / for universities. Not just to be the continuation of the research guilds of the past, but a more holistic, a wider set of functions in society. I heard that in the Minister of Education's comments this morning. That was what he was kind of the picture he was painting. Not all universities leaders have that vision. So we need leaders in education who can get that and use the influence of their positions to promote that. The other thing we need is, I think, the barrier that we don't have that we need to put in place goes back to either expectations of or ways of assessing teaching and faculty work that reflect a broader, more multifaceted role of faculty beyond research, but even we do teaching now and we sometimes assess it, but a better way of assessing so that communicates expectations of faculty. And the big one is, I've said this in a colloquial way, at University of Oklahoma, and this is true almost for every university that has a program, we have a program, we had some good activities. The view of the faculty was that the administration was saying, if you want to take part in these activities, that's okay. But if you don't want to take part, that's also okay. We've got to get rid of that attitude. It's not okay not to know the best ways of teaching. That's not acceptable for our institution. If they exist, we need to be using them. And that means you and you and you and everybody. So it's a universal expectation, and we got to find a way to put that into place.
I'll just add a little philosophical postscript to that, and I agree with what Dee is saying. And Mart is coming to tell me to keep quiet, so I won't pay attention to him. We, as academics, have responsibility for shaping the dialogue, for shaping the discourse, for shaping the reality in our university. And we need to understand that, and we need to focus on framing the vision. We need to come up to speed with what higher education will look like, not 2 years from now, not 5, but 20 years from now. And we need to have that communication, that dialogue. We don't want just our administrators to do that. That has to come from us. And if we don't share that vision, if we don't help help frame that vision, then we get what we deserve. A vision imposed by others.
So I use my power now to stop all the questions, but I would like to make a comment. And the last question is, what stops?
That's just to show I hope our comments were on target.
So the last question was, what prevents the implementation of these ideas in the institutions? And I would say institutions, we don't need to care about the institutions. Everybody at your own and our own personal level can implement. For example, when I first time participated at a course by Tifink at Barcelona in ISET conference 2010, and I got this keyword, significant learning. And ever since, in every first lecture of every of my courses, I tell my students to look for these significant learning experiences from that course and from all the other courses. And I hope already this is a big step towards this new understanding of learning-centered teaching. And if we look at James Krocha and about look at him and about his implementation and the impact he has had on Estonian higher education, then of course great many of us have participated at his courses. But when he was a visiting professor at the University of Tartu, then thanks to his ideas, now at the University of Tartu we have a 30,000 euros annual award for a structural unit which has made the greatest improvement in quality of teaching that year. And actually, Margus Nietzsche and Department of Computer Science got it. Yeah, they got it this year. So these men have made great impact. But James, would you like to complete the story with, this didn't end with an award set up in Tartu University. Do you want to say something about how it continued?
It's an idea that I've been nurturing for 10 years and never got my university to be interested in funding this departmental academic unit award, not just an individual award. And also it had developmental aspects. You not only had to demonstrate effective teaching, but here's what I'm going to do for 3 years with this money to support additional active development of good teaching. So I heard that Tartu had started the program here. I mentioned it to our university-wide teaching effectiveness committee back at Auburn, and they said, "That's a great idea, we're going to do that." So it always takes someone else to have a good idea. You can't have it yourself.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you know. And now everybody, run, run, run. The bus is leaving. Oh, wait. Don't leave. I have an important message. So I found a dragonfly on the floor, or somebody found and gave it to me. And the lady who lost it can claim it for some reward, maybe? Like a hug or something?
Okay, just put your name. Put your card here, and I'll just draw some names.
No, but not for the dragon. Congratulations, Mark. That was a very good answer to my question. I think that was very, very good. Like with any meaningful change, it's up to individuals to try and implement on your own level.
Thank you very much. We should discuss about that later. Bye.